Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is 9:31. We'll call this meeting to order, and at this time I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory in the Métis homeland and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Morgan.
Morning.
Good morning, Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Palmer.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Salvador, I know is, online.
Good morning.
Yep,
I'm here.
coming in. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning, and Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. So before we consider today's agenda, I'll ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item can monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or a family member. And a conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Tang.
I'll move that the July 7th, 2026 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Additions of A4, Bylaw 21579, Family and Community Support Services Advisory Committee Bylaw, and 9.1, continuation of the update on 2025-2029 City Council priorities, private pursuant to Section 29 of the Access to Information Act.
Second.
Thank you. That's seconded by Councillor Palmer. Any questions on the adoption of the agenda? Not seeing any, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor
Yes.
Stevenson. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Thank you, Councillor.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you. We're
Yes.
just wait. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. Next would be approval of the minutes, which I think Councillor Salvador normally moves, but Councillor Salvador, would you like someone else to move those? I think I'm going to take, let's go to Councillor Tang is willing to move those.
I can move the approval of the minutes from May 4th, Audit Selection Committee, June 15th, City Council Public Hearing, June 16th, 17th, City Council, June 23rd, City Council Public Hearing, and June 29th, Special Audit Selection Committee.
Second.
And that's seconded by Councillor Palmer. Any questions, errors, or omissions on the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Next, council protocol items. Yes, we have one, and I have it open right here. As you can see, we've got a lot of guests in the room and very excited to have so many guests here today for our protocol item because we are going to take a moment to wish the Royal Canadian Legion a happy 100th anniversary taking place on July 17th. The reason we're doing this now is because this is the last week before our 4-week summer recess, so a perfect time to recognize this before we go on break. The Royal Canadian Legion's history began in the wake of the First World War, emerging in response to a vital need to provide a cohesive voice for returning veterans. They've stood with our service members, honored the fallen, and strengthened the fabric of our communities for an entire century since. To this day, their Poppy campaign helps communities across our nation ensure the flame of remembrance never fades. Edmonton has a rich military history and shares a uniquely deep bond with the Legion's legacy. The city's first Legion, the Montgomery Legion Branch number 24, was chartered on October 8th, 1926, just months after the national organization was formed. Today, the city boasts the existence of 5. The Strathcona Legion Branch number 150, Kingsway Legion Branch number 175, Norwood Legion Branch number 178, Ex-Service Women's Legion Branch number 215, and Jasper Place Legion Branch number 255. So I want to have, of course, a warm welcome to the executive committee members from these legions and the Alberta and Northwest Territories Command in attendance. I want to, actually, all of our guests, I'd like you to stand just as I finish reading, just for a few moments, if you're able to stand, just to stand, because I'll finish reading, and then we're going to welcome you here. Yeah, please, thank you. So these legions are more than just buildings. They are vital community hubs that continue to uphold the values of service in the heart of Edmonton. I think I was just at the Kingsway Legion celebration, and I think the description that was used is that this was the Legion. I think they described it to me as the first PTSD clinic without white coats, and as a way for service members to come together. And that was a really great description and something that stuck with me. And so I want to thank everyone here and everyone involved for their dedication to serving the brave service members and our CMP officers who protect our nation, our freedoms, and our democracy. City Hall is proud to host the Living History exhibit in the City Room just outside on the main floor, highlighting the Legion's 100-year legacy. And you can view that until July 24th. And so let's give them a warm welcome. Thank you and congratulations to all of you for this incredible milestone. Yeah, I think we should. And I hear I have to, there's going to be a presentation of a pin that I get to go. I'm very excited. So just hang tight. So you can sit and I will go walk up and grab that. So there we go. I will not run. I've already injured my foot, which is still why I'm still not wearing a dress shoe. Well, thank you, everyone. That is a delight to have you all, and a great protocol item for us to recognize before we get ready to head on our summer recess. That is the only protocol item, so you are all welcome to stay and watch our entire council agenda. Somebody already started shaking their head no. They're like, no chance, not going to stay. But I cannot blame you if you have other things to do or if you just want to go enjoy this rare sunny day in our city. Please go ahead, enjoy, head outside. But thank you so much for joining us today. It's a great privilege to have you here today. All right, next, let's select items for debate today. So please click on the board if you would like to select any items. I'm sure there will be some. Councillor Rutherford, let's start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to select 7.2
7.2
and 9.1.
and 9.1. Great, thank you. Councillor Jans, I think I see next.
Yeah, can I select 7.6?
7.6, yes. Is that it for you? Okay, thank you. Let's see. Other selections. 9, so far I have selected 7.2, 7.6, and 9.1. Councillor Elliott?
Hi, Mayor. I'm going to select 9.2, but I understand that's for tomorrow, though.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. 9.2 selected, and that will be, and we'll go over time specific later, but yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Apologies, I wasn't able to sign up.
Oh, no problem. Councillor
This is
Principe, please go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. Can I select item 7.1
7.1. Okay.
and 7.5
And 7.5
and 7.7,
and
please?
7.7. Okay. Anything else for folks? Not seeing any, in which case now I'll take a motion to approve all remaining items.
So moved.
Councillor Parmar's moved that. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Thank you. Please vote on all the remaining items not selected for debate.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Madam Clerk, do you want to just review what we've done?
Thank you. This morning, City Council has approved the following recommendations in Report 7.3, updates to Council Policy C212E, Investment Policy, 7.4, Inclusive Playground Advocacy, and 9.3, Audit Committee Public Members 2026 Membership Update Number 2.
Thank you very much. That's what I have as well. Now we will do, let's see, next. Next is request to speak. There are some, but as a always a frequent reminder, so we typically don't hear from speakers at city council meetings. We typically will do that through the committee meeting structure where possible. Of course, if there is a motion to hear from speakers, that's always permitted as well, but just wanted to make sure folks know that's not typically our process at the council meetings, but always, always, always at committee meetings. So, not seeing any motions for those requests to speak, so we're going to continue on to requests for time specific on the agenda. So we already have item 9.2 set for the first item of business on Wednesday. That's the Edmonton Police Commission membership update. And I think there is a request that has been moved. Councillor Palmer, you want to move that?
Yeah, I'll move that the following item be dealt with at a specific time on the agenda. 9.1, continuation of the update on 2025-2029 City Council priorities. Second item of business on Wednesday, July 8th, 2026.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote to make that item second item of business on Wednesday. Sorry, just for clarification.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Next is to vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I will move those. I will move first reading on item 8.1.
Second.
First reading moved on item 8.1, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I will move first reading on 8.2, 8.3, and 8.4.
Second.
828384, move for first reading, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on first reading of those three bylaws.
Councillor Prince pays yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. Just waiting for one. Of all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move second reading on items 8.2, 8.3, and 8.4.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on second reading.
Councillor Prince pays yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I will move consideration of third reading on the aforementioned items.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on consideration.
Councillor Prince pays yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. And Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move third reading on bylaw 21548, Accessibility Advisory Committee bylaw, 8.3, bylaw 21544 to amend EPCOR Water Services bylaw, 19626, and 8.4, bylaw 21579, Family and Community Support Services Advisory Committee bylaw.
Second.
That's seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on third and final reading of those bylaws.
Councillor Prince pays yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Okay, so where we're at on the agenda, I'll just do a quick check of if there were councillor inquiries. I don't believe I received any notice on those. There are no reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, no requests to reschedule, no unfinished business. So what we'll be doing right away is moving to public reports. And I should note, just last piece, for those that did register to speak for those items, at least one of them was at committee, but for the others, you're always welcome to just reach out and email your feedback directly to council so that we do still receive that information. And with that, we're going to go through the order. So just in terms of order of operations, we're going to be doing 7-1, then 7-2, 7-5, 7-6, 7-7. Those were all committee reports. Two of them were requisitioned without a committee recommendation. We'll have the chairs get ready to introduce them because I think all of them had very thorough debate. Then after those public reports, because the other two items are time specific for Wednesday now, what we would move on to is all the motions pending. So there are a number of motions pending. So it's still a hefty amount of work today, recognizing that the two items tomorrow will probably take up a pretty significant amount of time. So we really should make sure we're doing everything possible to finish everything except those two items today. So we don't rely on tomorrow because I think we'll need the whole day tomorrow for those two items. So just flagging that for my council colleagues of since we have all 5 reports selected were committee reports, we'll be very thoughtful about what we're asking and hopefully not re-asking. So with that in mind, I'm going to go to the item for 7.1, which is the dedicated renewal fund update. That was sent to us from Infrastructure Committee, and I'll go to our chair, Councillor Rutherford, if they would like to make an introduction and move the recommendation.
Yeah, so this was actually, this item for the dedicated renewal fund did not get debated at committee. It passed in the omnibus.
Yes.
Was not selected for debate. So there wasn't discussion at committee, but I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Thank you. And do I have a seconder for that?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Great. So now I'll move over to Councillor Principe, who selected this item. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess there is no presentation then from
I don't believe so.
administration.
Looking at the e-scribe, I don't. Do you have any opening comments? But I don't think there's.
Opening comments. Okay,
Oh, I think Ms. Padbury might have a few quick opening comments for you before you.
Sorry, we do have a small presentation if you'd like.
Okay, sure. Okay, sorry, do we have a presentation, or?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, okay, yeah, it just wasn't in eScribe, so that's why I was unsure,
It's
sorry.
not loaded. We
Apologies
will
for
get
that.
it from
Okay.
administration, and we will load it ASAP.
Okay, great. I see it on the screen now, so go ahead, and then we'll go to Councillor Principe for questions.
Good morning. With me today is Nancy Chow, Acting Director of Budget Planning and Development, and Malap Pedagara, Principal Advisor for Policy. We've got a short presentation on the Dedicated Renewal Fund, which requires council approval to create the reserve. The fund is being recommended to alleviate the pressure that the city is experiencing with deteriorating assets and asset renewal requirements. The capital investment outlook projected the renewal funding shortfall for 2027 to 2030 to be $2.8 billion. Without intervention, this shortfall will increase in future years. The dedicated renewal fund takes a step forward towards narrowing the city's infrastructure renewal gap, but more is required to address the city's renewal requirements. I'll now turn it over to Nancy to walk through the presentation.
Discussion on the potential creation of a dedicated renewal fund reserve has been ongoing since 2013, when Council directed administration to provide options to fund a dedicated renewal fund. Options were provided in November 2023 as part of the fall supplemental operating budget adjustment. During budget deliberations the following year, Council directed administration to provide a draft strategy to replenish the cumulative impact of a $15 million reduction in annual pay-as-you-go and establish a dedicated renewal fund. Council approved the strategy in March 2025, along with directing tax levy increases in future years, and administration committed to formally establishing the DRF reserve in 2026. In January 2026, Council directed administration to include, as part of this report, options for a dedicated renewal fund enhancement. Along with the information requested, we're here today for Council's approval of the creation of the dedicated renewal fund reserve. Next slide, please. Reserve contributions will come from annual tax levy transfers. There were dedicated tax increases in 2025 and 2026 to restore the FSR to its minimum balance by 2029. Once the minimum balance is achieved, these funds will be directed to the dedicated renewal fund. There are also annual tax increases of 0.5 required in the next budget cycle to replenish pay-as-you-go to original funding levels from the 2024 fall SOPA decision. Once pay-as-you-go is replenished, these annual funds will be directed to the dedicated renewal fund. In March 2025, Council approved these strategies along with a motion that tax levy increases be used to fund the dedicated renewal fund by increases of 0.5% from 2027 to 2029, 0.75% annually from 2030 to 2032, and 1% annually from 2033 onwards until target funding levels are achieved. These increases will be included in the 27 to 2030 proposed budget per the Council direction. The dedicated renewal fund reserve will be used to fund the renewal of city assets as approved by City Council through the capital budget process. Renewal is defined as investments in existing city-owned assets to fully replace an asset with a new modern equivalent asset, or to apply a renewal treatment that reinstates the asset or component of the asset to a better physical condition and extend its service life. This investment may include limited growth components incorporated into renewal projects to address demand, capacity, and functionality deficiencies, and to align assets with approved strategies, policies, and standards. This reserve cannot be used towards expansion or creation of new assets unrelated to the renewal needs. The dedicated renewal fund can be used to supplement renewal funding for assets already funded through other mechanisms, such as the Facility Lease Renewal and Replacement Reserve, Fleet Services Vehicle Replacement Reserve, and Neighborhood Renewal. This reserve is intended solely for the renewal of city-owned assets, which include assets owned by the Edmonton Public Library and Edmonton Police Services, but cannot be utilized by other external organizations. As a strategy to narrow the infrastructure renewal gap, the January 27, 2026 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 03224 Operating Investment Outlook, discussed a DRF enhancement as part of the 10-year outlook, with an additional 0.5% tax increase per year from 2029 onwards. Based on the forecast average ideal investment renewal need of $2.7 billion in 2048, and assuming the current neighborhood and alley renewal dedicated tax levies remain in place at $152 million and $22 million annually, the previously approved DRF plus neighborhood and alley renewal levies are projected to generate $1.2 billion of dedicated funding in 2048, funding 42.5% of the total ideal renewal need. When adding on the DRF enhancement, which adds an additional 0.5% tax increase from 2029 onwards, an additional $499 million of dedicated funding is generated by 2048, funding 60.7% of the total renewal need. There's 5 scenarios and their relative risk to asset condition presented on this chart and in attachment 2, including the option for the enhanced dedicated renewal fund. This chart shows the effects of various levels of renewal funding on the percentage of assets in D and F condition over a 20-year period. The higher the line, the worse our infrastructure, as we have more assets in D and F condition. I'll walk you through these scenarios. First, starting at the bottom, the yellow line represents the percentage of assets in D and F condition if the program was funded to the ideal investment level. Under the ideal scenario, approximately 10% of assets are anticipated to be in poor and very poor condition by the end of the 20-year timeframe. Moving up to the top of the graph, the red line represents the impact to asset conditions under the opposite scenario from ideal, where no investment is made in renewal, resulting in approximately 70% of assets in poor and very poor condition by 2046. The green line aligns to our renewal needs outlined in the CIO and represents the impact under the scenario where all available unconstrained funding goes towards renewal after taking out a portion of funding for priority growth items necessary for safety, legislation, or those with matching funds that advance council priorities. In this scenario, approximately 50% of assets would be in poor and very poor condition by 2046. If we continue to move down the graph, the next scenario, represented by the dark blue line, shows the impact of the Dedicated Renewal Fund, or DRF, when added to the previous scenario. It shows the positive impact of the DRF, resulting in 37% of assets in D and F condition. The fifth scenario in the light blue color represents the impact of an enhanced Dedicated Renewal Fund, which adds 0.5% annual tax increase on top of the approved DRF beginning in 2029. This scenario results in 30% of the city's assets in DNF condition by 2046. The options to enhance the DRF are primarily related to council and taxpayer tolerance of tax levy increases. A tempered approach to balance the risks of deteriorating asset conditions, decline of service levels, safety, and rising maintenance costs is required. Administration will contemplate additional transfers to the DRF where possible, as well as the feasibility of a DRF enhancement as part of the 2027 to 2030 budget development process. Thank you, and we'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. This was selected by Councillor Principe. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a question in regards to is there a recommendation from administration to increase the amount of tax levy that more so than that's already been approved by council?
Councillor Principe, we have implemented the direction of council that has already been given to us to create the dedicated renewal fund. There's an option for an enhancement, but we haven't recommended this. But there will be information in the budget in the fall that will make that option available to you if you so choose.
Okay, so at this point, that's not what's being recommended, but it will be an option at the fall budget.
That's correct.
Okay. And is there any consideration given to decreasing the amount of growth and possibly decreasing the amount of constrained funding and increasing the amount of unconstrained funding to help alleviate the pressures?
Yeah, so in terms of growth, we've been pretty mindful as we're going through the budget process on what we're actually considering for growth. And so you'll recall that we had some criteria around legislated requirements and safety mandates. Those are the things that we're funding first. So we've been constrained. If you look at the unconstrained versus constrained funding discussion, you have the potential to make things like neighborhood renewal or alley renewal unconstrained sources of funding. I think that is something that ultimately needs to be a decision of council and requires a public hearing to effectively unconstrain those funding sources.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions. Anyone wishing to speak to them? Oh, Councillor Elliott.
Sorry, Mayor, I snuck that one in by at the end. I guess I can speak to it after the fact, but is there, I was trying to look through, I'll say through the terms of reference, is there any way to ensure that 100% of all expenditures from this fund are allocated strictly to like core asset renewal? And the reason I ask that question is because when I see something like as the FSR, it's purpose, but I know future council, like whoever replaces us down the road, what's stopping a future councillor from saying, hey, I want to do a new renewal, I want to build something new. Hypothetically, roof needs to get repaired on a rec center, but let's throw in a new water park in addition, in condensing both together, if you follow my line of questioning. Is there anything in the terms of reference that can like potentially stop that? Because I want to make sure it's used for its sole purpose.
So when we establish reserves and different funding requirements, we can outline those either in our risk or reserves register, which is what we're doing here, or you can have a separate reserve policy. But I would say that even if you codify it in policy, there is nothing that prevents a future council from changing the policy that a previous council had approved.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And no, it's okay, because I was contemplating an amendment to the motion to try to stipulate that it is used 100% for its intended purpose and cannot be used in other means, but I also understand future council could override that with a new motion as well. But that's okay, but thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else on the board. Please click on if you wish to speak. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, I will take a few minutes. While this wasn't selected for debate at committee, I think it's really important to highlight some of the numbers that were in that report as to why this is a necessary step in our asset renewal portfolio. We know we're seeing the numbers of funding through LGFF from the provincial government has declined. And yes, we can all talk about whether there's more funding for things like the Yellowhead or Terwilliger. That's constrained. It's also growth. What we really need as a municipality is both this and the province to come to the table with more funding for renewal to really be able to get our assets back where we need them to be and continue to grow as we know the city will continue to grow. But I did want to highlight that in the report, it talks about how, or sorry, it's not in this report actually, but I have the liberty because we're at committee to talk about another report that came. We had a report that came to the same committee that highlighted that we are only funding a very, very small portion of our ideal So for example, facilities is over $1 billion in what we need for this next funding cycle to keep them from DNF condition and their ideal renewal amount, and we are doing about 200 and some million. That's almost a 75% gap. And it's not that we're willfully doing that gap, it's that there's no more funding and money to be had. And there's a lot of those things that are solely dedicated to. We obviously have a lot of bridges in the city, as an example, and those bridges, understandably so, need to be funded to 100% of their renewal because we cannot have a catastrophic bridge failure. But that does mean that of that money, already bridges are taken care of and that money's locked in. Then you have all of the other competing assets, transit, roads, parks and open spaces, facilities, fleet, all also needing that, let alone any of our affiliates like the Edmonton Public Library, Edmonton Police Service, that also have their own renewal demands that we don't even talk about in the report here, but are also not meeting their ideal renewal components. So yes, does it suck to have to do another dedicated renewal fund where we know that it does put downward pressure on our tax levy? Absolutely. Is it the right thing to do? Because one way or another, we're going to pay for it. Because if we don't actually renew our assets, then we pay on the operational side with more pothole filling, with more breakdowns that require maintenance staff to go out to the facilities to deal with those breakdowns. And ultimately, it will lead to the closure of a lot of assets that are well loved within our city. And so this is, in my opinion, the right move at the right time. And I want to acknowledge and give credit to Councillor Salvador, who started this work back in the last term. And I know had a lot of support from council at the time, but really saw the importance of something like this to mirror the neighborhood renewal and the alley renewal programs that we already have. So thank you for getting it to this point. I know you didn't speak today, but thank you for getting it to this point, and I wholeheartedly encourage all my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is no.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. And next item of business is item 7.2, the 2027 to 2030 capital renewal prioritization, which was also an infrastructure committee. And that one definitely had a very robust discussion. But there was, and I'll go to the chair right away to be able to make a motion to introduce. So we'll bring down the right team here. And why don't I go to the chair, Councillor Rutherford, so you can introduce the item and then make the motion. That was, I think, requisition. Well, no motion is requisitioned, but
I will make that
yeah.
motion, yes. Thank you. And the report itself was really about the 2027 to 2030 capital renewal prioritization. So all of those assets that I just spoke to in my last closing, and how the city administration is prioritizing those. What emerged from that conversation was specific to alley renewal. Policy was provided in, direction was provided by council at the time in 2019 that all business improvement area alleys needed to be completed by the end of this funding cycle. And so at committee, the motion that was intensely debated was around whether we give direction for a non-stat public hearing to remove that policy direction. And at that point, I'll just put the motion on the floor and then I can speak more to an intro, but that was it. And it got requisitioned because we felt that it was something that required, there was requests from other people that were attending that wanted to vote but were not on committee, so we felt that it was ultimately so important that all of council weigh in on it.
Great. Well, go ahead and please make that motion, and we'll start the discussion.
Sure. The clerk should have it ready to go. Thank you. So I will move that administration prepare draft amendments to policy C595A, neighborhood renewal program, to remove the direction for accelerating business improvement areas for alley renewal by 2030.
Do I have a seconder?
Second.
I will second.
So I think heard Councillor Elliott first, and now if you want to take 2 minutes to introduce Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
Yeah, so again, we're at a point where we're being faced with really tough decisions. And so as we've all mentioned in a lot of the things, and as we'll continue to mention going into budget, making these decisions doesn't mean we don't value BIAs or whatever the entity is that we end up not funding or prioritizing differently. It's hard decisions that we have to make. We're faced with really, really hard budgets and not enough money to go around. What I learned in my last term was if we do not have a public hearing in advance of the budget, any amendment, any amendment where you would say, you know, maybe I don't want the Crossroads BIA alley renewal funded. I can't give that direction at the budget debate. It will be ruled out of order because we haven't had a non-stat public hearing. Removing this policy direction doesn't mean that BIAs can't and won't be prioritized. In fact, we received a memo recently that highlighted a few of the BIAs that administration said would still be prioritized in this budget cycle. But they did also highlight that, yes, there would be other BIAs that don't have the same problems with alley condition as some of the other alleys that they would prioritize. It's 58% of our alley renewal budget that is tied up with this direction, this policy direction. So it is substantive. Lastly, I want to just highlight, I know economic development is important. I know our BIAs are important, but we also have to think about our broader industrial areas. BIAs, as valuable as they are a very, very, very small portion of our business area. I have industrial areas in the ward with degrading alleys as well that are not being prioritized. So it's not a economic development versus not economic development debate that we're having today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Jans?
Just hoping to hear from administration, kind of, I understand what Councillor Rutherford just shared, but is that the shared interpretation for admin that if this direction was given in this motion, should a BIA that does merit alleyway improvement, they would still rise to the top of the pile?
So based upon the memo that I sent regarding that, most of the BIAs are in a better condition than most of the residential alleys at this point in time, which was indicated in the report back in 2019 when they were actually put forward as a prioritization. So we would suggest that there would be 3 BIAs that are in far enough along progress of either engagement or very complex that we would keep in. And it, from just a cursory look, looks like the majority of the rest would be residential outwards based solely upon asset condition.
What about the non-residential properties, the industrial or others?
Most of the industrial alleys are gravel alleys versus paved alleys, so they are not necessarily specifically upgraded to paved alleys as part of alley renewal. They would be looked at as a larger neighborhood, but they are not condition assessed in the same manner as they are managed by Parks and Roads from an operating impact, as they are not capital when they are gravel.
I guess what I'm worried about is, should this motion pass and there's a BIA that has a really bad alley, it'll be up to that councillor just to try and rush order that alley into the renewal process by a standalone motion?
I would say that the way we would prioritize things if the BIA alley acceleration got removed would be by condition, and if there was a request, it would be up to council to decide one over another at that particular moment in time.
So is that, so we have an alleyway renewal budget, and Councillor Rutherford said 70% of that is tied up in the BIAs. Is that true? Did I hear?
58 for this budget cycle, and with all of the BIAs basically being completed at the end of this budget cycle, it would then, after that, for the rest of the program, be non-BIA alleys.
So this may, am I to understand then this will kind of take care of itself in 3 years? Because the BIAs will then be done?
If The acceleration is left as part of policy, the BIAs, with the exception of downtown, because it is complicated and a little bit bigger, and we need a couple more years for construction, will be basically complete at the end of 2030.
So it'd be fair to say no one is getting renewal who does not badly need renewal. Administration's not doing renewal just because.
I would suggest with over 60% of the alley network in DNF condition, there's a lot of work to do, and we are concentrating on all of the alleys that need renewal at this point in time. Some are worse, some are better. It just depends upon the network.
Does our council historian, now mayor, or other in administration, do you know the origin of this motion? Was this council directed or admin directed?
I believe it was council directed, yes.
So admin didn't propose this policy. This wasn't their idea that we should be special ordering BIAs?
Correct. We brought a report with options for acceleration based upon a motion made by council.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. That additional information was really helpful in looking through this. So again, just want to make sure I'm totally clear. So again, most BIAs are in better condition than some of the other residential alleys?
That is correct.
Okay. And what are the benefit or cost savings of doing alleys at the same time as neighborhood renewal?
So we get some scales of economy for design, for grading, for drainage, for utility, relocates and such, where we can do an entire neighborhood versus piecemeal pieces of a neighborhood. And that is really where it is. Now, that is constrained fundamentally based upon the complexity of that neighborhood and the amount of alleys in it. Sometimes it is not beneficial to have it as part of it, and it is a larger, more complicated alley renewal that needs to be its own standalone. So it just depends upon the neighborhood.
Okay, and then just so I'm understanding, attachment 1 of the memo that was sent, the 2027 to 2030 priorities unranked. Can you, because I think that does include all the BIAs and everything is considered, but I'm hearing we couldn't do everything in that table with the current budget?
No, the table in attachment 1 for both alley and front streets is the work that is planned for 27 to 30 fully and holistically.
Okay. Okay, and so then if we changed this policy, then again, some of those BIs might come out and then other projects would come in.
Correct.
Okay. I do think it's a really good point and a good question around, because I think for me, I want to use the alley renewal to support economic development. I agree that that can happen outside of the BIAs. So I'm just wondering so the renewal fund does not contemplate the current gravel alleyways.
So as part of alley renewal, we will do alleys and upgrade them with our growth portion. As you know, the neighborhood renewal policy is up to 10% growth over a budget cycle. So it is piecemealed based upon the number of gravel alleys that are in a neighborhood. So for example, I think we just did Glenwood alleys. There were 2 gravel alleys. That was like a 2% of the cost of the alleys to upgrade them in that neighborhood. So we don't necessarily have a program that says, here's a gravel alley, we're gonna use growth dollars to upgrade it holistically as a program across the city.
And so do we have a sense, well, and maybe I could go to the mover. So the industrial areas in your area that have gravel alleys, is that like a full industrial neighborhood or like segments within it?
Yeah, and I don't know that they would be prioritized again, but there are some that are not gravel that I could point to in the ward. But I think at the end of the day, the other piece that I come back to is that what are we getting the best value with our limited renewal funds? And so even doing neighborhoods, I think about something like Calder, where it butts up against 127th Street with a lot of businesses along 127th Street. It wouldn't be a BIA, but if alley renewal had been done with Calder renewal, those alleys would have been upgraded. So I think there's a lot of even those considerations that we need to weigh.
So then, do you think that there's space then, if we remove direction for accelerating BIAs, but direct weighing economic impact. So just sort of broadening, I guess, that prioritization so that there's still,
Yeah, I love that.
yeah, okay. Okay, well, maybe I'll work on wording for that and come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I'm just wondering if the BIAs can themselves sort of raise and direct funding for those alley improvements in their business area.
So as part of our local improvement surface policy, anyone is able to do 100% their cost alley renewal.
Okay, so that's and they can then include that in their budgets that come forward to council for approval.
So it would still be work done by the city. It would be funded through them holistically over a period of time for borrowing. And there is, as per the MGA, a petition required. So you have to have all of the folks that abut directly to the property that's being upgraded, say 50% plus one, needs to actually agree for that to happen. So it could be petitioned against.
So we can continue on as, I think as the alley renewal program was intended to work on those DNFs throughout the city and not just prioritize one group over another. That one group can then prioritize themselves if they see the need for it.
Or they can wait until they come up from a condition-based index of the entire neighborhood and have their alleys renewed through the alley renewal program.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford on questions. You haven't had a round of questions, so please go ahead.
Thank you, appreciate that. I just want to follow up on a question I asked via email. I don't think I received a response yet, which is understandable. It's been a lot of back and forth. Additionally, it said in that memo, additionally, other coordinated capital programs and partnerships may be impacted, such as efficiencies gained by coordinating with alley renewal programs with neighborhood reconstruction projects. That would not be realized. So at the end of the day, from a process perspective though, I think the decision point before us today is, do we want to have a public hearing? At that public hearing, we would hear from all sorts of folks. Could be independent business owners, could be BIA members, it could be community members that want to see their alleys renewed, it could be anybody. And then we make the decision. Today's, from a process perspective in that memo, today's decision point is just directing that public hearing to happen. And, but that public hearing needs to happen in advance of the budget if we want to even be able to consider anything other than BIAs.
That is correct. In talking with clerks, there is an infrastructure committee meeting in November that would work for that.
Yeah, and because if we didn't have a public hearing in advance of the budget, and somebody was to move an amendment, let's say I say remove the Crossroads BIA, it would be ruled out of order.
I would have to ask clerks or law that question.
I mean, I remember it was ruled out of order when Councillor Cartmel did it in the last term.
Yes, and that would likely be the ruling of the chair at a
Yeah.
just
So
to
just
presuppose.
to like, so that this is context for new council colleagues, like that, like you still have a decision point on this. It doesn't have to be a decision point today, but if we don't have the public hearing on this item, you know, what I'm understanding, and just maybe to go to Ms. Padbury, is just, again, what I'm understanding is that without that public hearing, this money is locked in and would not be able to be debated in any way at the budget.
Yeah, your policy requires a non-statutory public hearing, I believe.
Yeah.
So for us, it's difficult for, to make any changes when that policy is in effect.
Yeah, okay, and then 58% equates to, because it's 91 million, right?
It's around 22.3 a year, so 88-ish, doing back of napkin math.
Okay. And so that's not 58%, is not 88. That's
No,
the total.
The total is 88. yeah.
Okay, it was 91 in the report
Yeah.
on 7.2. So I'll go with the report number.
Okay.
So 58% of that is significant. But again, when we're talking about results-based budgeting, whether there's a direction today for, focus on another weighting of both condition and economic development or not, you would use what we've been doing as a methodology for both capital and operational, and use results-based budget, which is to maximize our limited renewal. If that policy was removed, you would be able to maximize the limited renewal dollars with whatever results happen. So even you said, you would still do the downtown BIA because it's already in progress, it's complex, it's, a huge area that we've all said from an ECDEV perspective is important. So that one would still be in, even if we remove the policy, correct?
That because of the complexity of the utilities associated to downtown and the amount of work that's gone on at this point in time, that is why it would be kept in, not necessarily for ECDEV reasons, based upon what I've provided here.
So you are purely without direction, you would purely look at condition, which we know there's a lot in DNF.
Correct.
In the alleys, but some of the residential are worse than some of the BIAs.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's all my questions for now.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question around the gravel versus paved. I was actually really surprised to see that we have, I think, 40 kilometers of gravel roads in Edmonton that have not been paved yet. And I'm just wondering how would you assess gravel versus paved? Like, is it automatically a poor condition, or can you just explain a little bit more about that?
We have about 60 kilometers worth of gravel roads, and I'll let Caitlin Zarabeski talk about them because they are the ones that assess the asset condition.
Hi, Councillor Palmer. It's Caitlin Zarabeski, Parks and Road Services. So gravel roads are not done through a traditional assessment through life cycle management in terms of condition. They are done through our operations and maintenance teams. So things that we're looking for is ensuring that there's crown or that there's certain drainage that's happening in the alleys, that we're able to get equipment in there to ensure drainage as well as passability, as well as that they're safe for motor vehicles to go across.
Okay, so how would you compare gravel versus paved then? So when we're talking about the capital renewal budget, we wouldn't even be talking about gravel roads in this conversation?
That is correct.
Okay, so how would we, is there a plan for the 60 kilometers of gravel to change it to paved, or is it, where does that actually come in?
So we have no direction for that to date. Where we do it is part of either neighborhood renewal or alley renewal. Where there are sections of gravel within the alleys, we will use growth dollars from those profiles to upgrade them, but there is no program currently to say, I've got 60 kilometers of alleys, I'm going to upgrade them all to gravel, to paved road.
And we see, I guess it's just normal to have, gravel roads. Like that would be, like when I think about quality services in our city, I would expect that most of it would be paved, but there are opportunities where we think gravel is a better option.
Gravel was historically built at the time that they were built, and they have been kept as such to date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Just maybe to close the loop on that, because I think the way you said it is not... So the whole point of the alley renewal program was to, over time, turn those gravel, along with all of the other alley work. The intent, because I was the mover of the original motion to create the alley renewal program, was to allow those gravel alleys to be brought into a paved standard whenever they were part of the broader community work. So there is a program for gravel alleys, but it's combined within the overall program of reconstruction.
Correct.
Yeah, we just didn't do a standalone breakout program for gravel alleys to change them into something. So, okay, great. That was not the main question. The main question I wanted to ask is, so based on, and I hear the movers' point around this. This doesn't necessarily advance it for sure. This gets us to have the conversation. So I can ask some of these questions later, but I feel I want to make sure I understand them now. In that memo, it talks about how any BIAs going forward, if this were to change, would then just be lumped in with the broader residential community. And I think the intent at the time, and I'm open to still a conversation, because the idea is that the wear and tear on a commercial alley right now, specifically in the BIAs, is higher than the wear and tear you would see on a standard residential alley. And so I think the worry that and why there was originally a plan to separate them out is that if you're waiting for all of the other alleys to go into DNF within the same residential community, you could have the commercial alley in an F state for 10, 15, 20 years before the rest of the residential neighborhood reached a point to trigger that at the highest threshold. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
No different than the alleys in a residential area. It would be the same. You could have some in DNF and very poor condition for a long time until they're prioritized.
And I think the challenge is volume is different, use is different. And so maybe the question I would have is that if this motion were to pass, I would actually, and I hear there's an amendment coming, and so maybe it captures it somewhat in the amendment. I would be open to having a conversation about how you prioritize commercial alleys versus residential alleys, and maybe separating the two if we're not just wanting to single out BIAs. But I'm worried about lumping alleys that are primarily commercial traffic with alleys that are primarily residential traffic. And so if we pass a motion like this, can we have that nuanced discussion at that public hearing? Would there be data that we could get? So what I'd want to know, for example, is that for the BIAs you're not going to be doing, are their specific alleys rated in F condition, but the residential communities rated in C? Do you have that level of data that you'd be able to provide at that appropriate time?
I believe we do have the condition ratings of the segments of alleys, for sure.
I think that not needed now, but I would want to just flag that would be a really important determination for me as to whether I'd want to change this because of the different type of use that happens on alleys, right? An alley that serves 40 residential homes, very different than an alley that serves, 200 businesses. And so to have that breakdown would be useful. And you would have that, because I think I hear the point of the mover of like, in an industrial area where there's an alley or another main street, another major corridor that isn't a main street, you would be able to break down the specifics of that alley versus the alley that's in the middle of a residential community serving 40 homes.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, great. Then I think knowing that helps me, and I would just, sorry.
Maybe I can just add that, we do have the information at the segment level, and so when the BIA alleys are prioritized, they were prioritized on the segment that is within the BIA boundaries.
Yes.
And so from that perspective, it already reflects that
so
information.
you would be saying, so as per the memo, there are maybe some BIA alleys that are C condition or higher D than an F, which is why this is the recommendation you would make.
Yeah, that's correct.
What I think would be, but I'm hearing you'll have that data if we have a public hearing, because I want to examine that as part of a bigger economic development, business movement, goods movement piece. So, okay, those are all my questions. I'll take the chair back.
No, the chair, Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I should have moved. You can hang on to the chair for half a second, because I will move another round of questions.
Second.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
Well, it's going to say please vote, but
We're just waiting on two more.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
please display to vote. And that is carried.
And I'll take back the chair. Councillor Stevenson's next. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not quite sure that this is the right wording, but just having some chat with administration and the original movers. So I'm just going to put this out, and then I think I'll probably withdraw it, but I just want to have the conversation out loud. So it would just be to amend the motion, sorry, and I can copy this over. Oh, actually, I think clerk has it, just that administration prepare draft amendments to policy C595A Neighborhood Renewal Plan Program to amend the prioritization for accelerated alley renewal to focus on areas of economic impact. I think there are some reasons.
Sorry, well, just make sure, we'll get it. I'll second that, just so you can introduce.
I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, we'll get that.
So I'm not quite sure that this will work. So I would just want to go to administration. So I think, my desire, I think the mayor's point to just around ensuring that industrial areas, economic, commercial areas are segmented from broader residential, I think is really, really important and really helpful. I don't know that this additional wording is needed, though. Could you just talk me through, so if we went with the original motion, we removed BIAs from the policy for acceleration, and council did want to see commercial and industrial areas prioritized, how would we do that? Always considering condition rating as well, but layering in that priority.
So, Councillor Stevenson, I think broadly we've definitely heard councils or infrastructure committees wish to see economic development be taken into account more broadly in the renewal prioritization. I think at this point in time, we can't really speak to how we will do that. We can do it as a layer of qualitative assessment once the prioritization is completed based on conditions, coordination, and we can add a layer of that would be fairly qualitative. Our objective is to take that direction and really look at how we can implement that more quantitatively for the 2031 to 34 budget, because we need time to kind of really understand what parameters would be accounted for in like an economic development lens. And so from that perspective, I think we can say, we hear the direction. We would have to see what the implementation could look like for 2730 based on a qualitative assessment that takes into account everything we've heard, including the efficiencies with neighborhood renewal alignment, looking at prioritizing work done with our partners, including the utility. So all of this, it's another lens that we can add, but it can't be a single point of focus.
So then I guess and all of that is very sensible and very, very fair in terms of this being a pretty major shift, and there's a lot of sort of knock-on impacts in terms of how we're planning. So then I guess my only worry then is if the original motion passes, is it possible that for this upcoming budget cycle, we would maybe just be seeing more residential renewal that's happening?
We would take a look and we would come up with a new and revised list, but based upon condition, will be largely residential, yes.
Okay. So even if this amendment were to pass, it's still, the runway is just too short to sort of meaningfully incorporate a broader economic lens for this budget cycle.
Yeah, that's right. To do it in a meaningful, objective kind of way, we could add a lens, as I said, like more qualitative, potentially a bit more subjective, but alongside all the other kind of elements. It's the art part. We talked about like there's a science and then there's an art part, and so we would add it to that. We could certainly achieve some of the objectives, but it wouldn't be as robust as we could do for the next budget cycle.
Gotcha. Okay. So then I think I'm happy to withdraw this motion, or maybe that's not friendly to the Assembly.
It might not be friendly to me, actually,
Okay,
so
no,
I think
that's
we're going to
cool.
leave it on.
Okay, sounds good. Happy to speak at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rutherford, questions?
Yeah, I guess to the mover, why do you feel that this needs, because when I read this, if this was to be amendments at that public hearing, that we would focus on areas of economic impact, it could have unintended consequences of not doing residential alleys in the next budget cycle. So I wonder why a better path forward wouldn't have been to have the public hearing, see what we decide from that anyway, whether we're kind of going into the weeds of what I think will be discussed at the public hearing anyway, and then you could do a subsequent to that public hearing to give more parameters on what kind of criteria we want to look at for economic development.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's just thinking about, because I think your commentary that this is about making really hard decisions, and that's totally fair. And again, it's been really helpful to learn that, some BIA alleys aren't in worse condition than other areas, and I think particularly thinking that there might be some industrial areas that are in worse condition that aren't going to be prioritized over a BIA that's in relatively good condition. But I guess I'm comfortable with a trade-off that deprioritizes BIAs if it results in strategic investment in industrial and commercial areas. And that's why that's important for me to be explicit, that trade-off is not meaning that BIAs won't be invested in, and then it ends up predominantly going to residential areas.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think about then the focus, I think there should be, that would be a bigger policy conversation around probably both neighborhood renewal and alley renewal writ large, around areas of concentration in residential and non-residential, like that division that we're kind of talking about between commercial and residential, and maybe giving more direction on things like in our alley renewal portfolio, 50 should be residential, 50 should be economic impact or so. Do you know what I mean? Do you see what I'm trying to get at? Like, I wonder if, because I don't, like the way this is worded right now as an amendment is, and as we've learned from this policy conundrum, if this is embedded into policy, that is what they would use for any future alley renewal prioritization. And I know I don't want to answer to a lot of the residents that I have that have really poor alley conditions and not do any residential. I don't think that's the intention of anybody here, but this is how that reads to me.
No, and that's fair. So I think what I'm hearing from you is, we know that BIAs were going to take up 58% of the alley renewal as proposed under the current policy. I hear that you're worried if we say economic impact, then maybe it takes up 100% and we don't get any of that residential done. So I think that's fair, and again, we could get into some weeds around, what that threshold is. If we say to amend prioritization of BIA alleys to reallocate proportionally to areas of economic impact, right?
Why don't we, maybe a better way to do this is to have the original motion, and sorry, I can't see it for reference right now, but then to that say, and have administration prepare proposed amendments for consideration around economic. Like, do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's not actually written into that policy, but it is there for us to make an amendment to the policy at that public hearing in live time.
Yeah, I think if that works for administration, again, I just want to go back to, I think what I'm mainly worried about now, though, is that if we take out BIAs, there's not enough runway for any other economically focused renewals to happen in this budget cycle. So that's my worry.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair worry. I think that when we look, I think the other thing we always weigh is equity, and BIAs are not distributed equitably across the city, and there are businesses that are equitably distributed across the city.
But those other businesses wouldn't benefit.
Now we're getting into the slight debate, so
Fair.
that wasn't a question. Excellent. So I'm hearing, and I think I was the only one who originally was going to say it wasn't friendly to take out this or to withdraw the amendment. I'm open to allowing that withdrawal, but I'll check to see if anyone else has any objections. Okay, not hearing any. I also have heard from the clerk that it might just be worth doing a little bit of fine tuning because we actually need to make it clear that we've all referenced the public hearing, but actually I think we need to make it clear in the motion. So maybe if it's possible, do you have updated wording now ready, or would you rather?
So that amendment has been withdrawn.
That amendment's withdrawn, so back to the main motion.
So I'm just going to update it in the clerk's notes so my team can lift it, and I'll read it out and also put it in the, I'll put it in the chat so you can review it first of all, and then we'll restate it on the screen.
Yeah, that'd be great. Just, and then I allow the original mover to restate just to, because I think it's clear that we have to have a public hearing, but we actually need to say it, so, in the motion. I think the chat is, just been
the
put in the
chat?
chat there
It's in
for
the
you,
chat
so if
and
you
the-
want to restate, you're welcome to, so.
Thank you.
Sure. I will restate the motion that council hold a non-statutory public hearing for the purpose of discussing draft amendments to policy C595A, neighborhood renewal program, to remove the direction for accelerated business improvement areas for alley renewal by 2030. Due date, fourth quarter 2026.
Great, so that's just a restatement of the motion, same seconders, which was?
Elliott.
Councillor Elliott, yes, that's right. Okay, great. Then I think with that restatement, I will quickly ask a question. Councillor Elliott, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
So I'll go back to administration. So hearing the conversation, because I maybe want to challenge us a bit to say not enough runway. Maybe not enough runway for 2027, but I think sometimes we're a little, we put a few barriers in front of ourselves. And so in order to have that conversation, do you need an amendment as per Councillor Stevenson's suggestion around giving that guidance, or I think Councillor Rutherford offered a really good suggestion around draft amendments that might consider that. Happy to make sure that is clear, because I just want to make sure we're not suggesting we can't do it. I think we could do it, but we might not start it in 2027. We might start it in 2028. But
So I think for clarity, we can have draft amendments ready for the discussion of the public hearings that have wording to include a review of economic development benefits to alley renewal, for example. I think, Mayor, to your point, it's going to be about defining what economic development parameters we're taking into account and what would be a threshold that's acceptable or enough to suggest that it becomes a priority. And those are the things that we would need a bit of time. We have some time in front of us. I'm going to call out to my friends in UP that we will need their support to understand how we can do that. The discussions are starting, and so potentially we will have something for 2027, but it won't be a quantifiable way that we have the rest of our prioritization
sure,
set.
yeah, it would be imperfect still.
Yes.
I think what I would be wanting, and so I think it is probably worth making it clear in the form of an amendment. But what I would expect is that, again, a little bit to that earlier example, if you have, in this case, a main road, an arterial road, let's use that, and there are many businesses fronting onto that arterial road, and that particular alley is rated F, but it's in a community rated B, I think we need to be able to look at it with that lens and say, here is a heavily used corridor for businesses. This one might need to be bumped up higher because it's in the lowest condition of F in a B community. I hear Councillor Rutherford's suggestion that we don't want to stop all residential work, and even based off our memo, it wasn't going to be. We were going to do 58% BIAs, 42% residential. So I would still expect a lens of there are residential spaces that need to get done, but I think that's what I would want us to have a little nuance in. And so if we can, so you are okay, you can do that work if we give you that direction to analyze that.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, we can.
great. We'll work on the wording. It feels like you had actually said it, probably a great line, and I already forgot what you said, but we'll see if we can pull that up, and then Councillor Stevenson might make that motion again as an amendment, or it might be considered friendly because even the original mover suggested the idea. So we'll find out. We'll work on the wording in the next little bit, and we'll keep going on with questions. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I again want to highlight that of the 58%, a big portion of, even if we remove this policy, a big percentage of that would still be going to BIAs, because I'm guessing that the downtown BIA would be a big portion of that 58%, as well as, was it 124th Street, and what was the other one?
The other one was Kingsway, and from a cursory perspective, it would shift to about 25% BIA,
Yeah.
75% residential.
Yeah, so there would still be an economic, like, aside from, I think it's a great amendment, I just want to clarify for public record that it wouldn't mean we're not prioritizing that there would be still 3 significant BIAs that, regardless of the decision with this public hearing, would in fact still be recommended by administration. That's my only question.
Great, thank you. And your time didn't even start, and you finished within the allotted time. Thank you. Councillor Parmar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think this is probably said before, I just need to clarify it about in my head. Even if the BIA alleyways were not, I guess, not in as poor condition to the residential, you would still prioritize them? Can you explain that to me a little bit more? Like, you would still prioritize the BIAs even though they didn't need the actual renewal?
So I don't think this is a matter of not needing renewal. It is a matter of doing DNF alleys associated to BIAs and segmenting that BIA area outside of a larger neighborhood where we look at the overall condition of a neighborhood. That was the intention of this at the beginning of time. So we're not going in and renewing alleys that are in A and B and C condition on a regular basis. It is the D and F conditions that are associated to BIAs that has given this priority.
Okay, and so I just to think about Councillor Stevenson's withdrawal motion,
I think, economic development is probably too broad, and I think you had mentioned that it's too broad, but it's really just to support businesses and non-residential tax areas. Is that to the mover? Was that something that was considered in when you were thinking about restating? About supporting businesses? It's really about the industrial areas, so is it about the non?
It's about not tying our hands. Like, really, at the end of the day, this isn't about, I don't want to presuppose what we're going to debate at budget or at the public hearing that needs to come if we approve this today. It's about, right now, there's a policy that locks in 58% of the alley renewal budget that we cannot debate if we do not have this public hearing. And maybe at the public hearing, we decide to continue with the policy. That's for that point. But
Okay.
I'm trying to say, I think we should have a public conversation on this, and we should make sure that we are not tying our hands, and then we have no option to debate that.
Right, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. The broader work of, determining what is economic, what's related to economic development and that won't delay, if something were to pass where we removed BIAs as priority, that broader work wouldn't delay then focusing on the DNFs?
No, I think we still start from a condition rating index in all of our prioritization for renewal, and then it's layers after that would be considered.
Okay, and then we could look, when all that work is done with UPE and everything, then we could look at, what else maybe needs to be prioritized on an economic development basis.
Yeah, I think we would, it will depend on how fast we can get to a sound application of an economic lens. But that, yes, there isn't enough money to cover all of our needs. And so
really,
everything that we're going to be prioritizing will be in a condition that requires treatment. And so then the question becomes, which of the D's and F's are we prioritizing? And so from that perspective, there's no risk at this point in time that we would be prioritizing something that is in better condition than it needs to be, that it doesn't need to be renewed. Right? And so the question then becomes for us will be, 2027 is mostly likely going to be things that have already been designed, have already started the work, and so there might be tweaks that are done to the 28, 29, 30 program as we develop a sound economic lens, and that we can kind of shift a little bit the priorities given that.
Okay, and even reducing the BIA priority, although I think you said there was 3 that would still fall in the DNF. That still wouldn't free up enough funding to take care of all the DNFs.
No, so the alley renewal program has another 17 years left of it based upon the sheer volume. There's about 1,200 kilometers of alley laneway in the entirety of the city and $22.3 million a year associated to it. So the program has a long way to go to manage the DNFs that we currently have.
Okay, so this would help consumers, i.e. residents, to get out of their alleys, to go to those businesses to purchase things, right?
I think it helps anybody move through an alley, correct?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Do you have frantically typing away?
Yep, and I don't know if this needs to be an amendment or if it's just a restatement from the original mover.
We'll find out.
But it would just be that to add the following and provide options for prioritizing areas to support economic activities and development.
Okay, so we've got that. I'll see if that is considered friendly. I'm seeing the original mover say yes, but I'll see if anyone else feels differently. Not seeing any. So yes, we will add that in. Fantastic. Okay, that has been moved, and all that is there. So now we've asked all our questions. Now we'll go into speaking.
Yeah, I just want to see the full.
Oh, sure, of course. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Mr.
no, that's fine. I don't apologize. That's absolutely necessary for you to have. So we'll get that up on the screen with the updated wording. There it is. And that last little bit that says, and provide options for prioritizing areas to support economic activities and development. Okay? So with that in mind, anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Elliott, can you take the chair? Oh, yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just be quick. Again, I think Councillor Rutherford said at the very beginning, this only just has this initiates a public hearing to have a broader conversation with the public. I think it's really, I'm okay with having that conversation. I like the updated wording here. I appreciate there's some nuance. I'm not going to get too deep into it yet because the public hearing comes up. But I think also want to just echo Councillor Rutherford's question that she asked around, even if this change were to occur, and I think we still need to have a thoughtful dialogue around it, 25% of the alley renewal budget would be going into BIAs, because I am concerned that BIAs have a great need. But if there's BIA alleys that are literally in B and C condition, it is hard to justify doing that renewal when there's something else in D and F. So I'm happy to have that conversation. Happy to continue the broad work because it's desperately needed. Of course, I mean, when we started this program in 2019. I think we were at 70% of our alleys in DNF condition. So, hey, we're down to 60%. Great work, team, by the way. Really great to know. But we knew this would be a long process and that it would be, it would take a long time for that number to reach the 10%, which I think is where we generally target for. So no matter what we do, there's still going to be 60% of alleys in DNF condition. It's just trying to figure out the right way to prioritize all of that important work, which is really hard considering even with neighborhood renewal, we weren't anywhere close to that high percentage in DNF condition. So we are in that challenge of literally if we had all the money today, we could go do them all because they would all be justifiably in need of that work. So let's go have this conversation. Let's make sure we're talking to our partners from the BIAs that they know what is and isn't on the table along with the broader business community and residential. So I'll support it. And I'll take the chair back.
You have the chair.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate this motion and the conversation around it. Yeah, we do have to be making the most of our dollars, and I think that this is an important conversation to have. I do happen to represent many of the BIAs, and the condition of alleys is not one of the challenges I hear about most. I think looking at greater flexibility so that we can maximize what we're doing with these very scarce renewal dollars is an important conversation. I just want to make sure that we're not losing a strategic lens around our economic impacts. So I agree there could be renewals in other areas outside of BIAs that have that, But for me, it's important to keep that lens and that focus. I appreciate the team that this is a big shift and needing to think this through, but I think, taking that strategic approach with feedback and input from colleagues in economic development will really help to strengthen that. I think the mayor's points around making sure, so I represent some communities that have residential gravel alleys, and I know the pain that they experience of being the only Fs in their neighborhood and having to wait decades for that to be improved. And I don't want commercial areas to end up in that same conundrum. So I think even just being able to pull out commercial and industrial areas separate from their surrounding residential could be a really great shift in the policy and help make sure that we are being really strategic in how we're deploying these dollars. And of course, look forward to what we hear through the public hearing. There could be considerations that aren't coming to mind right now, but I do think this is a great way forward and a great conversation to have. So thanks again to the mover.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. This kind of comes down to sort of a simple point for me. It's difficult to, or maybe even impossible to make budget changes when there's a policy in effect. So when we look at this, is 58% of the alley budget should go to BIAs? I don't know, maybe. But I'm looking forward to have that conversation when we get to a public hearing on this, if it gets passed. And, I'm really kind of, I guess, excited is the word, maybe to see some other opportunities that might not have been entertained in this proposal that would help economic development and might be brought forward to our attention. So I appreciate this motion. I would have loved to second it, but I wasn't fast enough. I encourage everyone to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I thank you very much to the mover and the friendly amendments as well. There isn't a single week that my inbox doesn't have something about their alleyway in some shape or form or disrepair, and now I'm starting to see why with 60% we're needing this. I think it's important to note that, we want to support businesses as a city council, and we just want to know if we're doing it in the right way, form, and I really appreciate that this is just a start of a conversation to see how we best utilize the taxpayers' dollars. So thank you very much, and I will be supporting.
Thank you, and Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the debate both at committee and today at council and where we landed and ended up. I do want to, I've been seeing this trend with our debates about highlighting the strategic priority of economic development, and it is absolutely important. But one of the things under our actions is increased downtown vibrancy. Even with this motion on the floor, the downtown BIA would still be included. But I think we're losing sight of the other three strategic priorities that we also have as a council, and we can't just put all our eggs in the economic development basket. So I think about stuff like quality services, fostering civic pride, delivering services that people feel proud of. I think about safety and how much, at least in the ward that I represent, the state and condition of the alleys, the lighting in alleys, is a huge safety factor. And I'm not saying that we, pin one against the other. I don't think that's the point of any of this. It's that it's an insight into the hard decisions we're going to have to make. But I also want to make sure we're weighing, we took a lot of effort to find those 4 priorities. And those 4 priorities are all absolutely essential. But let's not let one let's factor in all of those priorities when we're making these decisions and basing them throughout the budget. And the reality is that, this has already demonstrated that the conditions we're in now in 2026 are very different from when the council gave that direction in 2019. There's no doubt of that. There wasn't a pandemic when they gave this direction, right? We didn't have our FSR depleted when they gave that direction. I would also be remiss, and I hate, if I highlighted that, while BIAs are important, when we also have to think about things like our priority growth areas, because we are adding a lot of density to priority growth areas that also could benefit from alley renewal and would actually spur development in those areas. So there's just a lot that we have to weigh and discuss and nuance, and I think it's a timely conversation to have. And lastly, I've always mentioned this, and it's one of those things that I'm always torn in mentioning, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention, is that there are no BIAs north of Yellowhead. But there are a lot of businesses. There's a lot of industrial area. So we, again, our BIAs are important. They're important partners. They do great work. They have increased tax levies so that they can have staff that can do really great things. We have other programs and initiatives for BIAs, and I would never negate any of that. But again, we can't lose sight that there are portions of this city that do not have BIAs, that have just as much needs. They maybe just haven't been able to coordinate. I think about on the north side, they tried to do a BIA by Northgate. They were trying to rally for a BIA, but it's such a hard threshold. Like, you think about what signatures you require for alley renewal. You basically have to get all of these businesses that are in really economically challenging times right now to say, sure, take more property taxes from me. So you can imagine that establishing a new BIA on the north side or southwest or southeast of Edmonton would be very challenging in our current economic environment as well. So I love the BIAs that we have, but we really do need to think about it broader and inclusive of all businesses and commercial in Edmonton writ large. And so I think it's going to be an important conversation. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward and open-minded to hearing from everybody that comes to speak at this public hearing if this motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. I believe Councillor Paquette had to step out. Confirming. We'll show him absent. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Next up is item 7.5, 50th Street Active Transportation Implementation Design Options. We'll change delegation. Okay, everyone's seated here, and so, oh yeah, I guess I'm the chair of executive committee. That's right. So we passed a motion at committee that administration pause the 50th Street Active Transportation implementation until the July 7, 2026 meeting, and to provide a memo to City Council prior to that meeting that includes the information. That memo has been provided, and I don't see in eScribe any presentation, I imagine, because it's in the form of a memo. So at this point, happy to take questions on this, and we can start with, and the other thing I was thinking, just solely from an agenda piece, because this is technically on the agenda, and I'll look to the clerk to think about it, because there's a motion pending that was made, and
A motion pending is just saying it. It's not been put, but
exactly.
It could be done as a subsequent.
So what I was thinking is that because this is technically on the floor, it would, in my mind, it would be within order for the person who is going to make a motion pending to make the motion now for this item since it's been selected. It's sort of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, but I think because this is technically tied to that item, I would be comfortable with that. So I think with that in mind, instead of, well, there was no motion to make on this because it was solely to get the memo. So I'll let folks click on, but Councillor Principe selected it first, so I'll go to her for questions. And then if others do have questions or would like to make a motion, since this is on the table, I would be willing to accept that. So Councillor Principe, I think you're going to be first for questions, and I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor Elliott for just 2 minutes there.
I have the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, is this just asking for a memo? This is not giving direction, is that correct?
So just to be clear, there's no motion on the floor, Councillor Principe?
Okay, all right. So, my apologies. I was a little bit confused with this one because it came a different way. It was as a notice of motion, correct?
There's no motion on the floor at the moment, Councillor Principe. There was an
Oh,
item
okay.
that came up from committee.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thanks. I guess just process-wise, like happy to put it on the floor now. There's a motion pending as well. I was gonna wait until then, but if it is appropriate, I can do that now.
No motions pending, but there is no motion on the floor. So if
Sorry.
there is a motion that you'd like to make, now would be an appropriate
Okay,
time.
great. So I'll do it now. That administration amend the scope of the 50th Street Active Transportation Project to proceed with the alternative design that accommodates all modes of transportation and parking with funding from existing capital profile CM 20-0330 Active Transportation Implementation Acceleration.
Second.
I am actually not certain who seconded that one.
You get to pick one.
Okay. Councillor Wright, second, and please introduce.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll just take a moment to introduce. So for some context, this summer, Ward Métis will be seeing a significant amount of active transportation infrastructure being built, and that's really exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing new safe and protected lanes going in this season. The vast majority of routes and designs do make sense to me. However, the design choices made for one particular section have raised some questions and concerns, which is why I brought this forward. And that section is 50th Street from 101 Avenue to Capilano Park Road. And just first, this particular route is critically important to the active transportation network. It is a primary north-south connection that helps people get across the river. The segment would also help close a missing link in the network and would connect up with an existing shared use path that goes, I think, all the way south, almost to Millwoods. And this road is rather wide. So my understanding is that it is an arterial that also turns into a collector. It has a large central median, 2 7.5 meter wide roadways, and that center median is about 10 meters wide. So spacious right of way because it was originally intended to service a bridge across the river for vehicles. Currently, it is not a safe or comfortable route for active transit. It does not support all ages and abilities, and it does need protected infrastructure. The current plan design introduces unidirectional lanes, so one lane on both sides of the street. It maintains driving lanes in each direction and eliminates all curbside parking. I was recently made aware that an alternative design was prepared and exists that retains all current uses and introduces protected bike lanes by reallocating about a meter or two of the 10-meter wide center median. However, that's not the option that was advanced. I thought it was worthwhile to get additional information on this design, as we may have an opportunity to accommodate all modes. And I appreciate that in this case, the lowest cost option was selected, but again, I think it's worthwhile to look at whether funding top-up will result in a more sustainable and lasting piece of infrastructure that's more permanent and fixed for this community.
Thank you very much. And now this is an opportunity for questions on the motion on the floor. If you have questions, yeah, but also you want to click on? Okay, sure. Councillor Rutherford first. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
I guess my first question is to the mover. You just said permanent and fixed, but the whole intention of the bike plan acceleration was not to be permanent and fixed. It was to, be accelerated, but then, add in infrastructure that could be a little bit more temporary, understanding that when there's something like renewal work, that more permanent ideal situations could be added in.
Great question. And when I think back to the intention of the bike plan, for sure there's, or the accelerated approach, for sure there's flexible, adaptable infrastructure that we can put in sooner rather than waiting for renewal. That's a big part of it. There's also an element of a hybrid approach that was baked in to the original conversations, and in this case, I'll have questions about this. but this particular segment represents two different vintages of roadway. One roadway was renewed in, I believe, 2014. So that particular segment likely not going to be changed for quite a while. That's the segment that I'm really interested in seeing this change made on. I understand that there might be an opportunity for future renewal of the second segment in near to medium term, but I want to make sure that we're getting that first segment right at the get-go so that we're not having to come back and make changes later on that could be more costly.
To administration, do you have, like, I was hoping in the memo, like I'm a visual person, I didn't see maps of the two design options. Do you have those available? Can we see them?
So we don't have, the alternative design is not actually designed, it's a concept, and so it was examined very early on in the process at a much higher level than what was advanced as the current design.
Do you have, can you put up a map of the current proposed design?
Yes, we can, we'll work with the clerk to have that put up.
I think, yeah, I'm a visual person, so I'm not as familiar with this area. But if I understand correctly from the memo, the plan that is advanced by administration right now has contiguous, one of the trade-offs was that it's contiguous protected, whereas if we do the alternate, there will be some points of conflict with cars and bikes. Did I read that correctly in the memo?
Councillor Rutherford, if we go with the alternative design, it would be a contiguous.
Fair.
It would be a unidirectional bike lane, still on the same alignment. The difference is that we would be moving the driving lane towards the median by reducing the width of the median and then adding back the parking lane. And so from an active transportation perspective, it would be consistent. From a vehicle perspective, there would be a difference in the way that there is a parking lane, there isn't, and then after that you're kind of migrating back towards the existing width of the median. And so from that perspective, there is no additional conflicts that would be included.
Okay, I thought I read somewhere about that being a part of the designs not matching up.
The designs are not matching up from a roadway perspective, but from an active transportation, they would be.
Can you elaborate on that? Okay, maybe I just need to see the visuals, so maybe I'll come back.
It's a cross section. So basically, on one side of the street, you'll have a cross section where you have the bike lane, the parking lane, the travel lane, and then as soon as you cross the intersection, you'll only have the bike lane and the travel lane.
Oh.
Because the median will be
in
kept
the alternative.
In the alternative, the median would be shortened, and so that would add room for the parking lane, which then changes the cross-section. So
and creates potential for conflict there.
Mostly for vehicles, yes.
But,
yeah.
Okay, sorry, and then I'll just wait for the map, but my other question was, there's something about the condition of the median?
So what happened is that, as Councillor Salvador mentioned, part of 50th Street north of 106 is a collector and was completed as part of neighborhood renewal. And south of 106, it's an arterial road, and it needs reconstruction, but it hasn't been completed because the arterial renewal program is not able to fund.
Was it one? Oh, okay, I'm out of time. I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Maybe I'll start with a bit of a budget. Can you just give me a sense of what's the cost difference between the alternative and the current design?
The current design is 2.4 million, and the alternative design is 4.9 million.
Okay, so maybe I'll start with the mover then. Thoughts about covering that delta?
Yeah, it's a great question. So my understanding is that as part of the overall active transportation implementation profile, that of course some of that has been spent. I believe around half or just over half has been spent. The additional remaining funds, I believe, have been earmarked, and early work and conversations have been had around where those dollars could go. Based on the way that this has been put forward, my anticipation is that funding would come from the existing profile that already exists.
I guess to administration, would it come from the existing profile?
So, once we reviewed because the 4.9 million is a high-level estimate based on a concept, and so once we have advanced the design and we understand the cost, we would be able to put that in the list of potential projects for 2027. Once 2026 is completed, then we'll know how much money we have and what the prioritized remaining projects are.
Right, and I think in a previous debate around the mobility network assessment, there is also contemplation of a composite active transportation. So if this doesn't cover, I guess that's another option, and I understand you're looking at pulling that together for budget, right?
That's correct. So that was part of the mobility network assessment opportunities and will be part of debate for budget 27 to 30.
Okay, so we'll have a clear number by budget then? Around the cost for this one, sorry.
Sure, yes, that's
okay.
realistic, yeah.
I also want to ask, given a lot of the public statements from Ministry of Transportation around the city's approach to active transportation, I'm wondering what is the administration's analysis on the implications for our current implementation?
We have not seen any draft legislation, and so for now it's really hard to speak to the consequence. There's many subtleties that we need to understand before we can speak to that. What is their definition of the impacts that they would be looking to avoid? What their classification of roadways that they will apply? And so at this point, we're just not able to speak to that.
So in the absence of no new information, we'll just continue business as usual. I guess one of the definitions he has been very open about is around removing any removal of parking lanes and driving lanes. Do we not think it would be, I guess, good to be proactive around that analysis and lens even?
So I would say that to date, we have not seen consistent wording from the minister, or sometimes he mentions parking, sometimes it's not mentioned. And so at this point, we are waiting for a draft legislation that can really allow us to understand what the parameters of the restrictions would be.
Yeah. This might actually get us that clearer definition, who knows? Okay, yeah, and I think we've heard a lot also from the residents, so I'll yield my time to others. Thank you.
Thank you. And just, I should note, I want to be very clear, because the motion already identifies the funding source, so I know that, and appreciate the questions. I just want to make it clear that unless additional or unless alternative direction is provided, the funding source is exactly what's listed on the screen. So I want council to be aware of that.
Sorry, then, since I have a
please go ahead. I thought I'd
so in that case, then, are you going to take some project off of the existing allocation?
So at this point, we would be looking at what priorities remain once the 2026 routes are completed and assess which priorities should move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, sorry, I just thought I'd say that and appreciate that. So on questions, again, we're on still first round. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Can you help me understand in a little bit more detail the difference in the sections north and south of 106? To be honest, when I first heard, there's an alternative design that was looked at, my assumption was that it would have been for the full stretch, but I appreciated the additional detail in the memo. Can you just speak to that?
So there's a couple of key differences to highlight between 106 to the north and north of 106, and south of 106. So south of 106 to 101 Avenue, that section of 50th Street is a arterial road. So the classification is different than to the north of 106th Avenue, where the classification is collector road. Based on that, just by virtue of the difference in classification, they have different funding sources for their renewal. And so the area to the north of 106th Avenue underwent renewal, I think I said 2014, was it 2014? Around 2014, and so the condition of that segment is quite different than the segment between 101 Avenue and 106th Avenue, which
is, as Pascal had mentioned, in need of renewal, but currently not funded for renewal. So it is a renewal priority, but it does require reconstruction, and under our arterial renewal profile, we're having to spread the dollars as far as we possibly can, and a reconstruction project such as this takes a lot of dollars away from other locations that we can do preventative repairs.
Right. Okay, so for the section that was completed in 2014, that is the section where it is viable to take some of the width from the median because of the condition of the underlying infrastructure, correct?
That's right. So
Okay.
in that area, we can get away with localized modifications to the median without having kind of a bit of a spiral effect from there. As soon as we touch the median to the south of 106th Avenue, we are into a situation where we're likely to require reconstruction of at least the adjacent curb line, changes to the drainage, and most likely reconstruction of the road.
Okay, what is the end? So I understand you don't have firm timelines on the renewal south of 106. What is the ideal end state if, when we eventually get funding to redo that section? What would that look like? Would the intention be to have protected cycling infrastructure, parking, and a driving lane at that time?
It's a bit of a good question at this point. I do expect that there would be dedicated active transportation infrastructure along 50th Street. What the actual design would be, that would be subject to the planning and design process for a reconstruction of 50th Street. So there would be engagement that would go along with that. And we would use that engagement to inform, along with the design process itself, we would use that to inform the ultimate design. There is a chance that the design could be vastly different than what you see today with the dedicated protected on-street lanes. It could be a shared pathway. So we would be looking at different options at that time under the parameters of a road reconstruction.
In general, what do our design standards or what is our approach when it comes to accommodating all modes when we are going in and doing that degree of reconstruction work? And I understand the facility type, right, might shared use path versus on-street protected, but I'm trying to determine whether that would be the time to eat into that median a bit to make sure that we're accommodating everyone for that section.
Yeah, absolutely. And so in that reconstruction, that gives us a vastly different opportunity to change the median, change the boulevards. We would be at that point we would have the opportunity to completely change the cross section. And so there are just different opportunities that would be at play. Right. In the case of what has been prepared for 50th Street under the Active Transportation Network Acceleration Program, the idea was that we would be able to do the bike lanes in an adaptable, quick way. And then ultimately, when the road is reconstructed, we would change it up at that point and make them permanent in some form or fashion. Again, I don't want to commit to, is it a shared pathway? Is it chewing into the boulevard or otherwise? That would be subject to the design at that time.
I think that's the challenge, right? Is we would be getting that full cross section south of 106, but not to the north. So it's like, how do we line that up so that we're sort of future proofing that design decision so that we will have that contiguous section. In my last 10 seconds, actually, no, I'll just come back. I have more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Travel this road every day, and in my youth, I used to bike down this road. I'm just wondering, so driving along, I guess, so we only have shared youth paths on either side of 50th Street right now, correct? Or are those just considered sidewalks? I don't know the width.
North of 101, they are sidewalks.
They're just sidewalks, okay.
Correct.
So we right now don't have any sort of active transportation.
That's right.
Yeah.
There is, to the north of 101 Avenue, there isn't an active transportation connection. There is to the south, though.
Okay. Along the west side of 50th Street, then between 101st Ave and north to the park, is that wide enough right now with the sidewalk and boulevard that a shared path could be in there?
We looked at the idea of a shared path along 50th Street with some of the trees and other constraints along there. It's just not viable under this program at this point. It could be something in the future with a reconstruction, though.
Okay, but on the west side, there's not, there's not really many trees, if any, along that boulevard.
Yeah,
In the median, there is.
Yeah, and it depends on where you look along the corridor. There's some constraints and property lines that we're contending with and other features. The design that has been put forward for 50th Street under this program, the Active Transportation Network Acceleration, includes a shared path on both sides of 50th Street from 101st Street to 102nd Street. So we have included shared pathways where there is space. So the other areas to the north, there is no space. We did review that.
Okay, because I am just wondering where bike lanes would be considered when we do a whole overall neighborhood renewal, right?
Apologies, Councillor Wright, can you repeat?
Sorry, bike lanes would be considered in any neighborhood renewal program.
Yeah, so 50th Street is an arterial, so it would be an arterial renewal.
Okay.
Subtle difference. We don't treat them exactly the same as neighborhood renewal, but we would, as Natalie mentioned, they are part of the bike plan. They are part of what would be viewed as integral to the reconstruction of 50th Street, and we would move forward with them as part of an arterial reconstruction.
Okay.
And just to supplement what Natalie was mentioning, a big constraint on 50th Street is the utilities. And so on the boulevard on the west side is the electrical poles. And so there would be significant cost to move that to put in a shared use path.
Okay, okay. What about front drive access? Because there are about a dozen or so.
In the design, we've maintained the front drive access for all the properties that have them.
Okay, and then the bike lanes would have right-of-way, just like any vehicle would for people coming out of their drives, okay?
Yes, that's right.
And then the difference, the $2.5 million difference to go with the alternate, what is the least priority in that composite profile? Like what would get bumped? Would it be one program? Because I'm thinking $2.5 million is double what this one program is at the 2.4. So it would be one or two programs?
It's really hard to say at this point because we don't have all the tenders for the 2026 routes, for example, and so we don't have confirmed costs for everything. And then for 2027, the highest priority is 107th Avenue corridor. And so until we know the cost of that corridor, we can't say if we have the budget to increase the cost of 50th Street at this point in time.
Okay. And then if we do pause this until budget discussions, that would pause any work in this area until next construction season, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I think that's all I've got for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I think everyone's on. Well, maybe I'll go on just very quickly. Well, I should never say very quickly because that you never know. Councillor Elliott, can you take the chair?
I have chair.
Maybe just to team there. So I think overall I think this is the right approach, and I appreciate there's likely an impact to things in future years. It means we can't quite do as much, but I'd rather do something that has sort of a win-win than at a little more cost than sort of an in-between. So I guess just the question is recognizing that I think most of this year's active transportation plan is not have the same tension. I've heard about this one, I've heard about one in Councillor Clark's ward, but beyond that, I mean, there's always going to be some tension. You'll never get unanimity on it. Do you have, through the previous direction Council gave, the authority to look at things like this? So if there's one or two others like this, where you have flexibility or you have an opportunity to have a win-win, which also maybe helps a little bit to Councillor Tank's questions about where the minister might or might not be. Do you have the authority to do that, or do you need us to give direction to say, hey, go double check, can you make a few tweaks if there's a space to do it?
Yeah, I mean, I do have the delegated authority to make changes to the plan. I think for me, my comfort lies in there's a planned approach or an allocated funding source right now for this work.
and there's designs in play, in flight right now for this work. So for us to shift that, it may cost more to do some of these than others. And at that point, we're eroding some of the costs of the program itself.
So you don't get to do as much. If you wanted to do that, you wouldn't get to do as much. And council direction is, it depends, but could be interpreted to say do as much as humanly possible with every single dollar, versus what I'm hearing of saying,
Yeah.
you know, maybe do a little bit less but do it as best you can.
I'm getting more challenges right now with multiple bike lanes across the city from different councilors and feedback on that. So, you know, for me to have, like, we can make adjustments to the plan to limit impact on community in some of those spaces. But again, that comes at a cost of some of the designs that we've already done and have tendered, and then shifting that to a new approach, which then again will challenge the full package itself.
Yeah.
Just not to complicate matters further, just on one of the comments that you made, Mayor Knack, we have heard about 50th Street, we've heard about Grosvenor.
Yep.
And those are areas where we have sent out the mailouts to those communities to let them know what's coming and what the impacts are.
Yep.
There are, however, some
Others to come.
locations that are coming that
Yep.
have not received their mailouts. We have received many inquiries from people who have looked at the active transportation plan on the website, and they do have concerns. And so this is just, I will be blunt, like, this is just the start.
There's
of
always
the
going to be
influx, and there
some
will
level
be
of,
more.
there's always going to be feedback that we get. The question, I think, so I'm less worried about that. I think what I'm worried about is, do you need, so I look at this motion, which seems to create a win-win, in my view, speaking just for myself, that clearly would impact the potential overall number of kilometers you could do in this existing budget cycle. I am okay with you looking at other win-wins to have, but do you need guidance? Do you need direction? Do you need a motion to make that clear that you could go do what you're doing here in other areas?
Mayor Knack, I think that the difficulty for us is understanding what's a win-win. So for example, if parking is the priority, we can implement more one-way streets that maintain parking and add an active transportation.
Sure. Maybe sorry to jump in because I'm short on time. I'll give you an example of a win-win. Right now I see a win-win being we could keep parking lanes, driving lanes, and add dedicated infrastructure by shrinking a median. So we're literally not picking one mode of transportation over another. There's going to be areas where we have to do that, and I get that. I'm seeing a win-win that says we can have it all with a shorter median. And I guess somebody loses because they get a slightly shorter median. But realistically, that's what I view as a win-win. So do you have direction, if I was talking about that type of win-win scenario, to do that within your delegated authority, or do you need me to make a motion to make sure you can do that?
When considering that win-win scenario that you're describing, I want to be really clear. The parking would only be reinstated between 106 and 109A.
I get it, yep.
And so there is the segment between 102 and 106 that would still lose parking in that scenario.
And again, some areas there's going to have to be the trade-off discussion. I'm getting that. So, but I didn't get an answer. I'll need to come back. So I'll take the chair back.
You have the chair.
Councillor Jans?
Just very quickly, how are we factoring in operational costs? Like if we have a median, we have to trim that median, groom that median, take care of the median. If that is now removed, does that have a people, money, time, equipment factor here?
It wouldn't be removed. It would only be slightly less large. And so from that perspective, we haven't considered it because it could actually make it harder to mow for all we know at this point in time.
Non-factor right now.
So not a factor right now because we haven't explored that design. But yes, it would be something that we would need to take into account.
Right. So based on the correspondence I've received, the concern primarily was about the loss of parking between 109A and 101. Just wondering, do those I'm not as familiar, that's street parking that they're concerned about, right?
That's correct.
And that's all residential between 101 and 109?
Yes.
So do those homes have garages? Or parking pads in the back or something?
I believe they have access through alleys. We mentioned there are some front drives, but most of them are alley. They are served by an alley and have garages.
So under the existing design, those properties that are fronting 50th Street would need to just park on their own property or park on an adjacent road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
They just wouldn't be able to park in the front of their property. That's the change
That's correct.
on the public road.
On the public road.
Got it. I think I'm okay, thanks.
Thank you. On a first round, Councillor, wait, I think it was Stevenson first, and I think Paquette jumped up in the...
We added Councillor Paquette. I thought we'd added him to the bottom of the list.
Yeah, I think it was, I think I saw Councillor Stevenson's name first, so we'll go to Councillor Stevenson, then Councillor Paquette.
Sure, I'll jump in only because it directly ties to that. I think just in terms of operational costs, something that I learned recently is that when we do unidirectional, it is twice the operational cost, I believe. So my understanding is the operating dollars we had to keep the 102nd Ave bike lane clear downtown was only sufficient to do the southern portion of the relocated 103rd Avenue. Because again, it's 2 passes rather than 1 pass.
I'd have to check that detail, to be honest. So let us get back to you on that.
Okay. Just to also add to that, when we do design for unidirectional or bidirectional, we do involve our operations folks in those design processes. So I wouldn't say that there's ever been a flag for us that they're significantly more expensive or complicated to maintain. We make sure that the designs are wide enough and that there's storage for snow.
I'd say those are the biggest factors. So like the width of the lane, the ability to reach the inventory, if there's going to be something that you have to plow to begin with, are probably the biggest factors. But 1 lane versus 2 lanes, like I think the difference would be relatively immaterial in comparison to the overall cost of construction.
Well, I think I might push back on that a little bit. Again, that's information that my office received in terms of why we weren't seeing snow clearing on both the north and south lanes on 103rd Avenue. And my understanding is that thinking of the width of a unidirectional bike lane, that is 1 pass of the snow plow. When you have one on either side of the road, you're having to do two passes, right? Instead of just 1 pass down the full corridor.
I'm just going to, I need to cross with what we've shared and the particulars of this. I mean, the biggest cost would be the people, the equipment, getting them out there. So let me just verify some of these things.
Yeah, no, fair enough. It's just, I think sort of the experience is that it's sort of doubling the infrastructure that requires maintenance, but happy to wait to get some more information on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to follow up on the mayor's questions about the win-wins. And I'm not sure where something like this would fit in. You know, we've talked about Hermitage Road, and it's not actually part of the bike plan, and yet it is a intervention on that entire road that also has the same essential frustrations from both the cycling community and the general public about the layout. And I'm just wondering, you know, to the mayor's win-win conversation, if we were going to give administration sort of the go-ahead to say, okay, listen, we get quantity, that's great, but we also want quality. If something like that road would be included in that consideration, even though it's not part of the bike lane plan, it is essentially a bike lane intervention.
So, Councillor Paquette, our understanding is that there's already a motion that was approved to look at Hermitage Road, and so I think some of the question would be where the funding would come from to implement something that requires additional construction, right?
Right. Now, to be clear, this is not, this is like essentially an installation. It's not construction, for one thing. And for another, if something like that is included in what the mayor was contemplating, it would render my motion moot because we could just take care of it through that means, maybe a little bit more efficient. I don't know. What do you think?
So, Councillor Paquette, the question is like that we started the active transportation program with the priorities of the bike plan for district connectors. And so the first question would be, is Hermitage Road a district connector priority? Then that would form part of an assessment that could say, could it be funded under the active transportation profile? Then the question becomes, where would it stand within the priorities of that program, knowing that the objective of the $100 million funding was to advance about half, and that the reality is that we're going to be able to do about a third. And so there are still many, many corridors that we will not be able to advance, even though they are priorities. And so at this point in time, Hermitage Road is under the Safe Mobility program, and I believe the information in the memo, or the report back from the motion could speak to, could it be included in the active transportation, understanding that budget would be needed for an installation or a construction if changes are requested on that road.
Okay, I think there's a little bit of a confusion in that I'm not talking about addition, I'm talking about subtraction or readjustment or realignment because there's already the interventions there. The challenge is that they are universally unliked by cyclists and the general public alike. So
Councillor Paquette, there would be costs to remove them. There would be costs to change them. That's what I mean by like looking at from the motion that you made. That would provide the information to understand how we would move forward. But at this point in time, Hermitage Road is not part of the active transportation package.
Right, I hear you. And so that was the nature of my question. If the mayor's suggestion goes forward, would that be a candidate for just including that in those considerations? Understanding that maybe the funding mechanism might be a little bit different, but it is essentially the same question.
Yeah, just, sorry, Councillor Paquette, I haven't made a motion yet, so I just really want to be very careful that we're not debating that just yet. So I need to see if I need to make one. And so can you hold off on that question until I make something?
For sure.
Okay.
And it's why I called it a suggestion. But I hear you.
Did you want to move another round?
Sure. I'll move another round of questions.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote on another round.
I'm a yes.
Councillor Space, yes?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote.
Just checking, Councillor Paquette was shown absent on that last vote, and I believe he is in the meeting.
Especially because he moved it, so yeah, he can't.
So we're just going to check that record, and we will correct it.
We'll update that to show Councillor Paquette was in favor as he was here and moved the motion. Thank you. So now we'll go to our second round. We'll bring the board back up in a moment. Councillor Principe is next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the mover, I know that this motion, it's similar to a motion that I made last term on the 132 Avenue bike plan that was not supported by a majority of council. Although it was not part of the accelerated bike plan, as this case is. But I know one of the concerns was that the increase in cost. Although there would have been likely a decrease in cost with the change in design. Are you aware, do you know, because from what I heard that there will be a cost in the plan because I think it was just a concept plan that is done. Or are you aware if there is a cost to the new design?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I believe administration shared there's for sure a delta between them. 2.4 is the current, and the alternative design is 4.9 million.
Oh, sorry, no. my question was to change the actual plan itself, the design plan, because from what I heard, it's just a concept plan. What's the delta between the concept plan and the design plan?
Sorry, you might want to ask that to administration.
Oh, so you're not aware then what it is?
So my understanding is the project is currently at tender. It is not, to my knowledge, has not been awarded at this point. So this would just represent a change. I don't believe that there would be significant costs associated with that, if that's what you're asking. But again, you might want to clarify with administration.
Okay, to administration, I heard that a concept plan was done, but a design plan has not been created yet. What is the actual cost for creating a new plan? Not the construction of it, but the cost of a new plan.
Okay, so Councillor Principe, you broke up a little bit, but I think your question is what would be the cost to move the alternative design, to advance that design and be ready for construction, for example? And so if that's your question, we estimate the cost to be about $150,000.
Okay, yes, thank you, because I know that from my understanding, what I had heard previously was that the design was already completed, but what I've learned today is that it is not completed. That is something additional.
It's not additional cost.
And
it would be included in the 4.9 million total cost.
Well,
estimate.
yeah, that's still, that's a significant amount. And why, okay, to the mover then, why is this coming forward at this point? Why so late in the plan?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So fully recognize that the timing of this is not ideal by any means. It was just a few days in advance prior to making the motion at executive committee that I was made aware that there was at least a concept design that was on the table that would accommodate all the current uses plus the additional protected bike infrastructure. I fully understand that administration looks at a variety of arrangements, different designs at a high level, but didn't understand that this alternative was really even an option. So that is why I wanted to bring it forward at this time. And again, would rather be able to have this conversation now than potentially be back in the future trying to make changes once construction has started.
Okay, and I think my other questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador, you have additional questions. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just coming back to the difference between the two designs when it comes to the protected bike infrastructure itself. Can you verify that both designs would deliver AAA, fully safe, compliant with complete streets infrastructure?
So we've only got a concept at this point for the alternate design, but yes, the design would be all ages and abilities, and so they would be fully protected, just done in different ways.
Right, and one of the questions I had whenever we're thinking about doing what I think would be, it sounds like parking protected, where it would be like a driving lane, a parking lane, and then the protected bike infrastructure. Is that the correct orientation that I heard you describe?
A driving lane, a parking lane, and then the protected.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe that's intended to be the case, but I'd have to go back to the concept. It was a very early concept, and so it hasn't been on the table for some time.
And just to verify, whenever we're doing that kind of parking protected lane, we account for things like the door zone to make sure that there's adequate buffer and safety is paramount, correct?
Absolutely.
I also want to understand, so the width of the median, Again, I believe it's around 10 meters wide. The trees themselves are, to my knowledge, very much in the center of that, and wanted to understand that tree impacts would not be part of this, given the width that we'd be taking if we were to advance this.
At this point, it's too early to say whether or not the trees would be impacted. That would be part of the design work that would be done, looking at the trees, where their roots are placed, and how far into the median we would be going. We work very closely with the city's foresters to look at that type of an impact and whether or not it's going to have an impact on the tree health. So I can't say for sure whether or not there would be impacts on the trees that are in the median.
As part of our normal course of process, we always look to minimize those kinds of impacts, correct?
Yes, that's right. It's not always possible, though. So there are, in some instances in designs, it's just unavoidable to avoid the tree impacts and their roots. Certainly we look to minimize them wherever we can. Again, it's not always possible, and we'd be looking for other means to replace those trees if they are impacted.
In terms of timing, if we were to direct the alternative design north of 106, the rollout south of 106, so 106 to 101, could that proceed this season, given that there's no changes?
Yeah, it would be technically feasible. I think the question would be where does that infrastructure lead? And so does it become better to do it in one segment from an existing shared use path all the way to the Capilano Bridge, rather than doing it in the segment that ends at 106 with no avenue for active transportation? So we'd have to take a look.
Right. And thinking, actually, it brings up a good point, just thinking about the broader network in this area. It's tough because there's sort of a mix of more, I'll say, more medium-term, full-scale renewals. I think about the 101 Ave streetscaping that would introduce protected infrastructure at that time. I know there was also, the map changed a little bit. There was contemplation of 106, then 101. What can you share on that front? Just thinking about where that infrastructure could plug in as we continue to build out in this area.
So right now, the main connections for the 50th Street route would be into the Capilano Park and to the trails in the River Valley, and then they would continue down 50th Street. There's an existing shared use path, and so those would be the major connections. At this point in time, neither 101 or 106 Avenue are planned for 2026, and so there's no major east-west corridor that would connect to this new portion, but it would allow the north-south connection. That's the main advantage.
And the intention is to have that east-west connection, if not this build-out, or if not this season, in subsequent seasons, correct?
It is part of the overall bike plan, yeah.
Okay, great. I'll end there, thanks.
Thank you. Before we take a break, can we just make a motion to add the memo that we've been referring to? So Councillor Rutherford, I think you were going to do that?
Yeah, I'm happy to move that we pass a motion to post the memo. I don't know if there's a number or anything.
Second.
There's a reference number at the top.
Yeah.
There it is, yeah. The memo
Update 50th
be added as
Street
attachment one.
Yeah, Route as an attachment one.
Perfect, and that was seconded by Councillor Jans. Can we just vote on that before we go to break? Please,
yes.
Please vote.
Councillor Prince, yes?
Thanks, Councillor Principe. Thanks, Councillor Jans.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. So we're going to be taking our recess until 1:30, at which point we'll continue on with this item. We'll, as soon as we're finished that, we'll move on to the lodging houses item, and then finally the affordable housing item, and then going into whatever motions pending we can do. Thank you very much. We're on break until 1:30. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Morgan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor
Good
James.
afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Councillor Clark is your name.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Tang. Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Paquette.
Ready.
Excellent. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Elliott.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Fantastic. We've done a roll call. Now we'll see if Councillor Rutherford remembered her questions, because I think she's next on the list. Perfect. Please go ahead.
Okay, I have two sort of outstanding remaining questions based on the motion that's on the floor. First and foremost, there's no design on the, like, aside from like kind of conceptually, there's no actual like detailed design, even a drawing, revisions. Like, I'm just trying to understand if, you know, we say it's 4.9 million estimated now, but usually at concept that can be plus or minus 50%. And is this going to be something that we say, oh yeah, well that doesn't seem that big of a delta, but then it's actually going to come back and be a higher delta when we actually do the design?
Yeah, it's correct that we have a concept for it. I do have a drawing that shows what it would look like, but that drawing is really just lines on a map at this point. It hasn't been engineered to any level of detail where I have certainty on like the tree impacts or the requirements for drainage to be relocated. And so that's where like a concept gives you a bit of an idea of the functional requirements. It doesn't actually get into the details that you need for a more detailed estimate.
And when you do more detailed design work, let's say on what's proposed in this, you also do further assessments of the road network for condition assessment and stuff that you haven't done yet. So those could also reveal, you think it's poor, like I think you've said in the memo that like there's parts that are poor, but they could be really poor.
That's correct. So the segment, and I'll again kind of clarify the limits. So the segment where the design is different than what we are intending to construct, where the design, where we have a design option, the median modifications is only from 106th Avenue to 109 Avenue, and so it's that stretch where we have that design option that we looked at. Only at a conceptual level. And so the difference in price that we're talking about for the route is really driven by that 3-block stretch at a concept level. So that could change as we get into further level of design. It is a concept level estimate plus or minus 100%.
Councillor Rutherford.
Plus or minus 100%?
Pardon me.
So it's minus 50
to 100%. Yes.
And if I can add, Councillor Rutherford, the other piece of uncertainty that adds is that since the project has been tendered, we don't know what financial penalty there could be associated with canceling parts of it. If we want to continue the work south of 106 under the current design, and then inflation would play a role as well between now and 2027.
But your recommendation would not be, because I feel very uncomfortable with half doing a segment. But either way, that's neither here nor there. And then my other question is, okay, in this motion, it says from existing capital profile, active transportation, implementation, acceleration budget. But in the memo, it says the active transportation, implementation, acceleration budget is fully allocated to locations scheduled for construction in 2026 and 2027. So what I'm like really losing line of sight on is like, if this was to get approved, what do we compromise on? Like, it's not like, what would be out in lieu of this? Because at this point, if it's fully allocated, it's not like there's wiggle room in that budget. So and you've said something has to give, but we don't know what that give is. So we're not able to compare those.
Yeah, you're right. We don't know what would have to give at this point. So there are projects, as Pascal had mentioned, including this one, that have been tendered. So the pricing isn't in yet. And then there's other projects that are very soon to be tendered. And again, the pricing, we don't have that. And so we would be looking at if this motion were to advance, we would be looking at pausing this work and seeing how these other projects unfold, and we would then be revisiting it after that.
So a potential scenario, or a risk of a potential scenario that I want to just kind of like lay out would be, and if I understand correctly, you would still go forward with all of the other projects scheduled for 2026 and 27, see what's remaining after all of those have been tendered and finalized, and then do this scope of work with either within budget or with coming back for a budget amendment at budget.
That's correct, Councillor Rutherford. There are other corridors in the same kind of position, and so we would reassess at that point all of those corridors.
Okay. And then my last question was 50th Street, because I know in the infrastructure report that came on arterial roads specifically, we're actually doing, it's proposed that we're not doing any renewal on arterial roads. We're just doing the paving on sort of the, right? Was 50th Street one of the top three? Because remember there was like the list of the ranking of the 3 top arterial roads? Was 50th Street, if it got funded, I'm just trying to figure out if.
It would be in, from a renewal perspective, it would be a priority for reconstruction.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so if we can find funding or reallocate to arterial renewal, there is a chance that 50th Street could actually have a better design because it would have to go through a full renewal.
That's correct.
Okay, good to know. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Wright. Sooner or later, Michael, you'll get it. We're here for you. We're waiting. Okay, there. I see the red light.
Oh,
there.
red light
yeah,
on?
You're in.
Okay.
You're in.
Okay. Apparently, we're getting these corrected over recess, perhaps, maybe. Okay. Questions. Okay. I think so. If this motion is voted down, then we're left at just sort of pausing right now. Is that correct? And we will look at funding to see what's left in the composite profile.
If the motion does not pass, we would proceed with the current design.
Okay, so then you would need another motion then to pause and look at possible total reconstruction.
Yes.
At a later date
That's
of
correct,
the
yeah.
arterial road. Okay. My concern is relying on that center median with some of those larger trees in play, not knowing where the root systems go and with whether or not you will be able to construct it and leaving those trees in place. I did ask earlier about the walkways, I keep getting mixed up, south of 101st Ave. On the mobility map, or what's it called, on Discover YAG, it does indicate that those are shared use paths, not sidewalks.
So south of 101st Ave, yes, you're correct.
They are.
It is a shared path.
Okay, so, yeah, and then why are we looking at this just to construct 3 or 4 blocks worth of bike lanes? Does that?
So the bike lanes would be north of 101 where there
Right.
isn't a shared use path. And it would allow the connection, if we did the entire corridor, it would allow it to connect to the River Valley Trails and the Capilano Bridge.
Okay, but right now, getting to that point, you don't have bike lanes. So why don't we just continue with shared youth paths to the
okay.
north?
Because, so we Natalie answered that previously. We have looked at shared use path, but there isn't room to add them to the existing corridor, and it's a much bigger intervention than what we are proposing with the adaptable infrastructure.
Okay, and with a reconstruction of 50th Street as an arterial road, would that then consider looking at putting the power lines underground?
That is,
We would look at it. It doesn't mean that it would happen. And so we would be coordinating with utility companies and whether or not they would be interested in that. Generally, working with the utilities, we're looking for the lowest cost option for everyone involved, including taxpayers in general. So the undergrounding of that type of facility doesn't always happen unless we pay the premium.
Okay.
There are some nuances to that when we're looking at things like shared pathways, and so there are options, but again, we're not in the planning or design phase for a reconstruction of 50th Street at this point, and so there's a lot of uncertainties as to what we would land on.
Okay, and in some of the other areas that we've done this on, I don't know, like neighborhoods, I think Delton, Dunluce, I hear 132nd Ave. How much, I guess, how many blocks and bike lanes were we putting in in those areas? This little?
Hi, Councillor Wright. It's Nicole with Building Great Neighborhoods. So depending upon the neighborhood, we do add missing links, but we also put in full infrastructure along collectors and along other types of roadways. So it is really dependent upon what exists in the neighborhood and what we actually design and engage on.
I guess my question though is, have any of them just been like 3 or 4 blocks worth?
There's likely some connection points that we've put through neighborhoods that are shorter like that.
And those were missing links or just sort of on their own?
Typically those would be more missing links.
Okay, I'm just concerned about, yeah, $2.5 or $4.9 million just for a couple blocks of bike lanes. And then my other concern, looking at the maps that were provided to us, is the bus stops. So that would be on the driving side, right? Like the bus
You'll have
stops.
to come back on another round,
Okay,
sorry. Yeah,
thank
no
you.
problem, no worries,
Okay,
thank
I'll
you.
try to turn this off.
Sure, thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. At a very high level, as I look at the bike plan map, this stretch on 50th is important because it's kind of the north-south spine to connect to the 101 Ave spine that helps make this whole area connected. Am I correct there?
Yes, they're important district connectors to provide north-south, east-west connection across the city, for sure.
Right. And the current admin proposal is to have unidirectional, like on the west side going south and on the east side going north, single track bike lanes on both sides of the road. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Have we looked at doing, like my favorite bike lanes are like 110th or 110th Street or 83rd Ave, where we have bidirectional on one side of the road. Have we looked at doing bidirectional just on the west side so that it can connect into 101 Ave and then leaving parking and other use on the east side?
So we had looked at bidirectional bike lanes on 50th Street. There's a number of challenges with this being a two-way roadway with a number of intersections and driveways across it. So there's controls that we would have to put in place in order to make that facility safe. So bidirectional bike lanes on a bidirectional roadway, especially a bidirectional roadway with such a large median, are not things that we would typically do without major controls at the intersections, such as raised crossings or signalization. So it gets to be a little, well, not a little, but a lot more expensive.
I think it's important to point out, Councillor Jans, that they present a level of risk that is higher because of the lack of visibility of the of the cyclists for the vehicles that would be turning left from the other lane. And so from a visibility perspective, this was Natalie was talking about controls, signalized intersections, raised crosswalks. There would be a lot of infrastructure needed to ensure the safety of the cyclists.
Do those threats though currently exist for pedestrians if they're walking or crossing as well?
Yes, but it is a little bit of a different scenario in terms of the speed that people are traveling at and the visibility at that speed. So again, we look at them, and there are instances where we've done this in certain constrained circumstances, working with our engineers and experts external to the city. This is not a corridor that we would recommend it for.
Right. But doing something like bidirectional bike lane, southbound travel lane, median, travel lane, parking is not something that's like, they don't have to be symmetrical under the Traffic Safety Act or something like that. Like, we could remove parking from one side of a street. There's nothing prohibiting us.
Yeah, you could do something a little bit more creative like that. Again, getting into the intersections, you're having to redesign those intersections in those circumstances a fair bit. So I don't even know at this point if it would even fit in the space that we have available.
Is 50th Street, what is it classified as if I'm going north on 50th?
It's a variety pack. So
Yeah.
starting at 101st Avenue, it's an arterial road. Moving northward, 50th Street transitions to a collector road at 106th Avenue, and then north of 109, it becomes a local road.
Okay. And so the speed limit along it is consistently 40? The speed limit along 50th?
Jessica, you're online. Can you speak to that?
I actually don't have the speed limit map in front of me, but I can pull it up.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Councillor Stevenson still, I think you're before, and then we would need a motion for another round after you ask your question. Oh, okay, you're just to speak. Okay, great. So, Councillor Jansen, you want to move another round? Or, because you have questions, Councillor Salvador?
So moved.
Yep.
Second?
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote for another round.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. Just waiting for 2 more votes.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Principe? Show Councillor Principe absent. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 12-0. Oh, that's right, because we had to, yes. Okay, perfect. For questions, Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Just coming back to the question around the potential of a bidirectional facility, did we get as far as to do a concept design for bidirectional? Or it sounds like it was just early analysis?
No, yeah, we don't have a concept for a bidirectional facility on 50th Street.
Is the concept that we've been referring to, or the concept design we've been referring to, the only concept design, like alternative concept design that we went as far as to complete? Or I guess compare between the two?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. We did talk about like through the planning and design process, we look at all different options, and so there's various concepts that are thrown out there. Sometimes we're looking at just the width of the roadway and the constraints that we're faced with. In other cases, we draw them out to see what they look like and whether or not we can make things work. In the case of 50th Street, I think we looked at a number of different options, and I've talked about a few of them today, the shared pathway being one. As noted in our memo, the bidirectional facility was another one where we discussed it and eventually removed it. But I believe the unidirectional, where it chewed into the median option, was one of the few that was actually drawn out along with the concept that we advanced.
Okay, and I assume sort of as you go through that process and as you start refine things, viability is one of those things that will weed out other potentials. So it sounds like, you know, the shared use path didn't get very far along because of the complexities you described. Similarly, the bidirectional facility didn't get very far along.
That's right.
Okay, gotcha. I wanted to ask about the timeline on full reconstruction. So I know, and I've seen some of the correspondence, like 2030 has been shared. I know with certain folks in the neighborhood as a potential date for reconstruction south of 106, and I wanted to better understand that date, recognizing what you shared earlier around not having that full line of sight to funding.
So at this point in time, without understanding the funding for 31-34, we can't speak to what would be in that, what would be prioritized at that point, because the condition of roads can deteriorate in the next 4 years. Priorities that are listed now could be different in 4 years, and our capacity to address reconstruction will be the most significant part. And so it really is impossible for us to say when it would happen. What we can note is that it is due for reconstruction.
Okay, so it's due for reconstruction during that 2030 range, but whether or not we actually have funding for it.
It's due for reconstruction now.
Right now, yeah, absolutely. Okay, and then for the full reconstruction, so, like, again, the challenge that I keep running up against here is that it's possible we get that full reconstruction on half of the roadway south of 106, but then the portion north of is not going to be touched for decades at this point, right? So, yeah, I guess, can you just affirm that that is one of the possibilities that could be on the table, that if we do get that arterial renewal funding, we get half of a reconstructed, like, fulsome design, and the other half is not going to be contemplated because it's not part of that profile? Because it's like different funding pools, correct?
That's correct. So they are different funding pools. I would say since the arterial reconstruction will be the most significant project of the two, high-level cost estimate were in the tens of millions of dollars rather than the two. Rough math, if you cut the segment in half, the bike lane north of 106 with the median reconstruction would be around $3 million. So there could be an opportunity for council to add that funding to an arterial reconstruction, for example, and then align the entire segment. The reverse is much more difficult. Adding tens of millions of dollars to a project that is anticipated to cost 2.4, right?
Yeah. Okay, that is helpful to understand. And I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, but, so now we could spend $2.5 to $5 million, and then in a couple of years, that would get ripped out when we do the reconstruction at $10+ million?
That's correct. The adaptable infrastructure is meant to be allowing for the active transportation corridors to be implemented without the full reconstruction. But I think Natalie wants to input.
Yeah, I want to jump in on this one. So the plan that's in place for 50th Street includes, as we've talked about, the adaptable infrastructure all the way from 101 to north of 109A Avenue. There is a component of it that is permanent, and that's the shared pathway components. So between 101 and 102 Avenue and north of 109 Avenue, we transition to shared pathways. Those are permanent infrastructure. Those are not going anywhere. So when we were to reconstruct the sections in between there, that's when you would get that throwaway that you're talking about. So the vast majority of the cost that we're incurring now is not the adaptable infrastructure. It is the permanent pieces. We've already bought the materials that are required for the adaptable infrastructure to be put in place, so we've incurred those costs. And so any of the work that we would be doing on the reconstruct between 101 and 106 Avenue, that would be the adaptable infrastructure that would be impacted largely, except for the shared pathways just immediately north of 101. So that's permanent, and we would be working with that in the future. So we would be looking to minimize the costs of anything that would be disrupted during the reconstruction.
Okay. There would be room, would there not, on the west side between around 106, there's the strip mall parking lot, and then the church. Is there enough room there to do a shared path?
It's the utility corridor that's the problem. So electrical poles are in the boulevard between the sidewalk and the road.
Okay, and then my question about the bus stops. So they would be parked in the driving lane when picking up passengers on the arterial road?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so they would be, and similarly, if parked cars were parked along the curb line, that would be the same sort of deal where they would be.
Well, they shouldn't be parking in a bus stop.
They shouldn't be. And we would be, the features, and I think you have the drawings that have been shared with you. The bus stops would be raised in the bike lane, and so there would be a little bit of a different treatment at those locations where everyone is kind of coexisting and those movements happen.
Okay. And is it normal that we would have traffic stopped on an arterial road, except for maybe in the southeast where we have arterial roads that aren't fully widened?
It is common, and it's something that even in new designs we're we're eliminating bus stops that take the buses out of traffic because they are a detriment to transit operations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak, please click on the board. Councillors, okay, is there anyone else? Because otherwise I'll go to, okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to share my support for this motion. Definitely not an easy one. I know this is not what the mover would have wanted to bring forward, but I think it's an important conversation. You know, one of the reasons that there are a few reasons, but one of the main reasons that I would look to support this is that it's not looking to remove a protected bike lane or any other facility. In fact, this is really about trying to add more and meet as many users' needs as possible. I think that's different than maybe other motions that we've contemplated in the past, and is one of the reasons that I'm supporting this one, looking for a win-win, and again, meeting as many modes' needs as possible. I also really want to push back on the idea that, you know, that this is in any way related to the result of accelerating the program, the active transportation infrastructure, and the shifts in the engagement process of that, because I'm seeing the exact same tensions in neighborhood renewal. So in very standard ongoing neighborhood renewal in some of the neighborhoods I represent, we're seeing incredibly comparable situations with on-street parking being lost when there is median space that could be used. So again, I don't think this is a result of a lack of engagement or moving quickly on these. I think it's really speaking to maybe a gap in some of the expectation setting or different understandings about what trade-offs look like. And so I think that there is a great opportunity moving forward, and I think there might be a subsequent motion that this provides an opportunity for us to have that conversation so there can be a shared understanding between council and administration. And I also think it's important to highlight and really emphasize that this is one project. There's maybe a couple other projects, but we have delivered kilometers of new facilities over the past 4 years, and the vast majority of them have been so successful, you know, welcomed by the community, provided new mobility options. You know, just to name a few: Victoria Park Road, 113th Street, 111th Avenue, Kingsway, 106th Street. Again, these are ones that I have seen come to life, I think add tremendous benefit to the community, and are examples of what we should be really proud of and the excellent work that administration has done. So I hope that we can do a little bit of adjustment here in terms of direction and how we implement this. And I think this is a great place to start. So thanks to the mover for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to go with the ward councillor on this and commend her for, I know she's put a ton of work into looking at this and trying to find a compromise and hearing what kind of the community and residents are saying. So I think this makes sense. I think this is probably as close as you get to a win-win. We've been using that phrase a lot, and I look forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I appreciate the mover bringing this forward and understanding, you know, the thought process that went behind it. I will not be supporting the motion on the floor, I think for a few specific reasons. First and foremost, when the question was asked to administration about what this would look like, it would mean holding off on this, seeing what's left in that profile, potentially putting this project completely at risk, I would argue, depending on what comes out of that legislation, if this is delayed. Yeah, I think that it will end up costing us more. I think we'll get back to having to come to a budget adjustment in the fall, where we're going to end up paying a lot more for this to be done. I think about the fact that we're going to be spending, you know, no questions asked, a couple $1 million on parking, yet I can't get $400,000 for a playground for Albany. So, like, I know they're very different projects, but I think we need to really start to like think about, we only have so many dollars to spend, period. Where and what we spend those dollars on matters. And so, so I won't be supporting it. I also think that it creates a cascade effect. You know, I know that in other motions we've had this, councillors have stated, you know, this opens up the pressure for all of us to be having to do these kind of motions. And I really do worry about, if this is approved, how many more are going to come. Like administration has said, they haven't even put out notifications for all of the projects that are in that 2026, 2027 queue, and you can guarantee that as soon as those people get those notifications and they are hear about this decision we make today, they will be absolutely asking their ward councillor for the exact same kind of motion. So I, just for those reasons alone, that being said, I think that the other thing, the last thing, the point that I want to highlight is why I've been so dogged on the need to invest more in arterial road renewal. We've talked a lot as a council about where there's pinch points and there's need for growth, but this is a great example where when we integrate active mode infrastructure into our renewal projects, like neighborhood renewal, like arterial road renewal, we get more value for the dollars, we get better design, and we we don't end up tearing out infrastructure in 4 to 5 years that we built for those areas. I would love nothing more than to see 50th Street actually funded in this budget cycle. And I think there are paths to do that, but it is trade-offs, and what are we willing to compromise on? But I do think arterial road renewal is way, way, way underfunded. We are actually not renewing any of the top priority renewal roads for arterial renewal, and that is concerning to me. And this is an example where if we could just get that 50th Street funded for renewal, and yes, there would be tie-ins to the other area that's already been done, which we would already have within this composite profile that could integrate with that project. It could be done, and so there is a path, I think, that would be even more of a win-win-win. But timing and sequencing isn't in our favor for that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to support this wholeheartedly. And the reason being is that if you spend a little less money on a project that is not good, then that's money thrown away. And it could have been, a slightly larger amount to actually get it done right in a way that the public can support. And this has been one of my concerns with the bike lane accelerated plan from the start, and that is there was a lot of engagement previous to the plan that could guide the plan, and also leeway for a lot of community conversations that the mindset is that there's no public engagement, or there shouldn't be, is 100% wrong. And so, I would rather we get something right and get a little bit less of it than to do something wrong and people just don't support it at all. You lose more and more support. That doesn't make any kind of sense whatsoever. As far as the arterial conversation in relation to this, just fund the arterials. It's that simple. It's a conversation we've had time and time again. And I'll give a quick example. During the snow event, I had people in my community, and probably in all of your communities, who were all pitching in an extra $50 or $100 or more to get someone to come and clear windows in front of their house. For way less than that, they could have got the same service from the city. And yet there's this real barrier to a 0.1% or 0.2% difference in the tax rate. When the people show that they're willing to spend a little more just to have things done right. And so just from that, I guess, perspective, it just makes sense to do things that can get support and still fulfill city building goals than to cheap out on it and just go with something that was on paper months ago or years ago. That just doesn't make sense in the context of the lived experience. And that's really what it comes down to. How are people experiencing their city? When they walk out their front door, they're filled with frustrations and ideas that really could have stood to be looked at once or twice more. Or are they going to walk out their door and say, you know what? I get it. I like that my council and my administration takes the time to really think about things and get it right. And this is one of those cases where Councillor Salvador has done an excellent job. Administration is going to do an excellent job, and people can see something that makes a lot more sense to them and still functions relatively the same way. And that actually builds confidence. Whatever we're doing right now, sadly, tends to have the effect of reducing confidence. And I hope that more of that changes as we go forward, especially into the budget period. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I've been waffling back and forth on this one. Councillor Paquette mentioned something about, spending a little bit more to get a project that was better, if I can paraphrase that. But I'm just wondering if we spent even a little bit more, we could do a full reconstruction of the arterial road, and which would then make it even safer for cyclists rather than just, I guess, trying to patch something together right now. I'm also concerned that this estimate that's been provided at a cost of 4.9, once we get in there and see what routes are there, or what those costs might balloon to. So I am concerned about that as well. As far as access for drivers, I don't think either way is going to change drivers' access, because it's either going to be a parking lane or it's going to be a bike lane, or so I think the flow of traffic itself will just remain the same. But I am concerned about putting this much more money into it when we can look in the fall at a reconstruction. So I think for that reason, I cannot support at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Elliott, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So, a few thoughts on this. So, appreciating that our last speaker, just on that point, I do think because of this motion, we're not going to see this work get done. This essentially moves it to next year. Therefore, we would get a chance to see if by chance council would want to approve the entirety of the arterial road renewal program. And if we did, then obviously administration would have the authority just to lump that in together. So I wouldn't want to make the decision based off of that, because that decision point later this year will help inform that. So let me just talk more broadly about why I'm supportive of this motion. I'll start by just saying, when I've voted in favor of the active transportation fund, I think what was the frustrating piece at the time is that it feels like we are always trying to scrape and scrounge to do anything related to active transportation, whether that be for bike lanes or multi-use trails or sidewalks. I don't think we've ever had a good plan in place, and even the approval we had 4 years ago was, still felt piecemeal at a time where, we've never really had something built in. And I'm hoping that in this next 4-year budget, active transportation has dedicated funding. It probably won't be to the level that we've had over this 4-year budget, but I believe that there should be. If we're going to invest in roads and we're going to invest in transit, we should also be investing into our sidewalks and multi-use trails and bike infrastructure as part of an ongoing set expense for a city that is growing and needs to provide transportation alternatives. So when I look at what's been done so far, there's been a lot of great projects completed so far. I'm looking at the map right now, and we've seen a lot over in northeast Edmonton that's been done back in 2024. We've had some in central, and Councillor Stevenson highlighted a lot of those last year. We knew that going into this, the 2026 and 2027 ones would have the greatest amount of change and have the greatest opportunity or rather need for some of the trade-off conversations that we're having. In this specific case, I'm comfortable with making this change because where you don't have to have that trade-off conversation, I think it's worth making that change, even if, and I hear, and a very, very point well taken from my colleagues, that it means we won't get to do quite as much. And if nothing is in the next 4-year budget, doing less feels a little frustrating. But I have to imagine and hope that we're not going to face the same challenge over the next 4 years and that we're just going to completely abandon any other mode of transportation other than vehicles. We need to heavily invest more in our roadway infrastructure for the renewal that Councillor Rutherford was rightfully talking about. Councillor Tang has talked about that numerous times. We'll need to make sure we're putting in a lot more into the roadway renewal, and with that comes proper reconstruction and better infrastructure for all the time. But I'm willing to invest a little more upfront on this to have that win-win. Again, like there's where you can have it, I don't see why we wouldn't take it, especially because it's coming from the existing capital profile. And I am comfortable doing a little bit less if that's what it means. I think then the other piece is just, again, to some of the concern that's been raised about what does this sort of open up the floodgates. So far, and I appreciate that not all those construction notices for all the areas have gone out, but I also look at the areas that are identified in the 2026 and 2027 map, which are primarily located in 3 wards. Not exclusively, but almost exclusively located in 3 wards. And I've had a chance to chat with those councillors that have seen that, and I think they've rightly identified where they think the pinch points are and where they think there's going to be general opportunity to just advance, even though there might still be some tension. And so I don't think that approving this is suddenly going to open up the floodgates to making every other change. When I look at, and we don't need to start going through all of them, but looking at the maps, some of them are within the ward I represented, and I think there's a tension point in one area, and then there's another area on a major arterial road that is not a tension point at all. It's 163rd Street. Both on both wards, where it's a pretty wide corridor where I think there's a lot of logic to that. So yes, will there be a few people who don't like it? Of course. Will it be enough that it would trigger us to say we should just completely redo it? I don't think so. I think there's a strong argument. So this is where I do want to say, let us trust in that the ward councillors are not going to use this as a method to open up the floodgates on every single decision point, every single need. I think this is a reasonable change, a thoughtful change, and we will make sure we continue to do that going forward. It doesn't hurt to make thoughtful changes when the opportunity arises, so I'll support it. I'll take the chair back.
You have the chair.
Councillor Morgan.
Thanks. I can't support. I guess I'm just a little frustrated. I wasn't with you guys last term. I watched, very impressed with how bold this council was in their plan, unapologetically. It feels like, kind of feels like we're going back on that a little bit here. To spend an extra $2.5 million for 30 stalls of parking, in a couple of blocks with laneway access. So, I worry about, that park that Councillor Rutherford talked about. There's other priorities as well. And I think, with all the other priorities we got, limited funds and even just community feedback with spending too, keeping our tax increases down as well, come for your budget. I would encourage council to think about that. I would encourage council to continue that boldness that we had last term, and in favor of good design. I've heard from bike advocates since this all came up, and they're happy with it as well. I would encourage everybody to think about affordability and just maximizing those dollars. So I would say no. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel like there's no good decision here. I think these types of motions definitely put us in between a rock and a hard place. And, I don't really want to spend more money on something that's already been designed, but I do really want to listen to the residents. And I think the ward councillor here has done a great job in not only listening to those that are biking, that are listening to people who are driving and walking as well. I think if I was administration, I absolutely would have put this forward, you know, as we are a very cost-conscious council, and having the less expensive option come forward is probably the right way to go. And that's exactly why we have council, so that we can make these decisions after listening to the residents. I am a little concerned that we're only at the concept phase, so, you know, the 4.9 million could easily be 10 million, which, you know, as we look at multiple other priorities, 10,000 kilometers of road, 5,000 kilometers of sidewalks, 300 bridges, is that the best way to use the money? And like I said, no good decision here, but with that, I will be supporting this motion in the ward, councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador Cruz.
Yeah, thank you, and really appreciate everyone's perspectives on this. It's a tough one. And when I think about this route, as I shared in the outset, it is a critical north-south connection, and I want to ensure that it is lasting and that it is an enduring asset for years to come. I've become quite accustomed to navigating the necessary trade-offs that come with retrofitting existing roadways to accommodate safe cycling infrastructure. Across Ward Métis, we have seen and we will continue to see this summer important routes that are going in that do change the configuration of roadways, that do eliminate parking, and that shift the way people interact with their front street, with their communities, to accommodate that safe infrastructure. And those are necessary trade-offs when we're dealing with constrained roadways and limited right-of-way in order to support safe routes. And I continue to support those. I think 50th Street, given its width and significant right-of-way, presents a different context and a different opportunity to accommodate all modes, which is why I thought it was worthwhile to take a few days to look at this alternative option. And I also, I think it's worth mentioning and being clear that this is not the level of governance where I think councillors should regularly operate at. I've very seldom made use of this sort of motion and gotten this detailed. So I really appreciate the patience from my colleagues on this, and the opportunity to do so. I really appreciate administration's explanation and clarity around the complexity of renewal cycles in this particular area. Knowing that there are two segments with two different renewal realities is an important factor. And it's critical to note that even if the arterial renewal of 50th was funded, that would actually only take care of half of the roadway. Given that the north portion, so north of 106, was renewed in 2014, I would have liked to have seen active modes incorporated when that full-scale renewal was completed, but it wasn't. So we're now in a situation where it's going to be decades until it's touched again, and I want to make sure that we're doing it right the first time. And I see this as an opportunity to do that. Alternatively, south of 106, again, it's slated for renewal. We don't have a line of sight to that funding yet. I'm optimistic that we'll get there. But knowing that any changes to the median south of 106 would trigger extensive renewal and higher costs means that it's not viable to maintain all of the current uses. So in the immediate term, that will mean that there's a loss of parking in this section, which is necessary to deliver the protected active transit infrastructure that connects this route. When it's possible to do so, I think that projects that look and feel intuitive for the people who use and interact with them help build broader public support for mode shift and help strengthen confidence in the city's ability to deliver future projects like these. I do worry that acceptance and support can weaken over time if that's not the case. I know, the example of Hermitage was brought up earlier, and while that's not an identical situation, it is similar to what I worry could be present here. And I want to be able to learn from that to make sure that we're not having to go back and try something else later where additional work and cost might have to be incurred. And I can absolutely understand the apprehensions and hesitancy that colleagues may have about this investment, and I share some of those as well. But again, it's my belief that this is not only the right thing for this particular segment, but is actually in the best interest of the program overall, so that we can continue doing this critically important work going forward. I have always maintained that safe and protected bike infrastructure is essential transportation infrastructure. It's not just a nice to have. And it's something we should be funding, not just on a one-time basis over a single budget cycle. It's something we should be baking in so that there's sustainable ongoing funding so we can continue doing this work for years to come. And that's my intention. So I look forward to that conversation. I will leave it there, but really appreciate the opportunity for today's dialogue.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe, just want to check if you're back. We'll mark Councillor Principe as absent. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 9-3. All right. I don't think I have something subsequent that I might or might not make. I can make it later, so I'm going to think about it and debate myself before I decide if I want to debate it with all of council. So let's move on, and I can bring that back later if I need to, so or later in this agenda. So let's move on to item 7.6, which was the lodging houses analysis. Again, there was a very robust discussion. In fact, I think a motion had been on the floor and was already in the process of being debated along with an amendment. So, so I think at this point I can go to the chair for an updated motion that they would be permitted to make on this. So please go ahead to Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll just give a bit of a summary from the conversation. So we had a presentation from administration that was proposing a number of amendments to both the zoning bylaw and the business license bylaw to improve the enforceability of lodging houses and how short-term rentals interact with those housing forms. We also heard from about a dozen public speakers who were flagging concerns about potential traffic congestion coming from lodging houses that were under construction in their communities. So there was some back and forth with the administration just in terms of different implications. I think the two themes that emerged were sort of weighing having housing options for a variety of housings while also managing and addressing community concerns and impacts. So the motion that I will now put on the floor is that attachment 2 of the July 2nd, 2026 Urban Planning and Economy Report, UPE 03151, be amended by deleting amendments to sections 210, 323, sections 220, 322, section 230, 322, and section 68.80.4. The administration prepare amendments to zoning bylaw 2001 as outlined in the revised attachment 2 of the aforementioned report. The administration prepare amendments to the business license as outlined in attachment 3 of the aforementioned report, and that administration provide a report with options and recommendations for changes to licensing fees for short-term rental and long-term rental operators as part of UPE 03206 short-term rental licensing amendments to bylaw 2002 business license bylaw and return to committee.
Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Councillor Stevenson, can you take 2 minutes to introduce and let us know?
You need to translate and actually explain what
you
this
can
means?
introduce however you'd like, but a translation would be very valuable, I think, for all of us.
Yeah, thank you. So the intent of this motion, so administration came forward with a suite of amendments to the zoning bylaw. The point 1 of this motion proposes to remove 2 elements of those amendments. So one would be restricting lodging houses from operating in row housing, and it would remove the amendment that would restrict lodging houses from operating in secondary suites. So for me, I think it is really important that we have a robust regulatory system around lodging houses, but I think it's more important that we focus on impacts and behaviors rather than any built form. And I think that these can continue to be really important housing options in row houses and other forms of development in the RS zone. What point 2 does is it moves forward all the other amendments. So that would be changing the definition of lodging houses from 4 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms. So that would capture a lot of sort of the 3-bedroom units that we're seeing. It would also move forward with changes around lots and sites to help with enforceability. The business license would prohibit short-term rentals from operating in lodging houses. And then the 4th point is not actually something that was in the report, but it came to my attention in sort of digging into this, that the business license fee for a short-term rental business license is actually lower than what it is for a long-term rental license. So as part of this broader review of how we are regulating short-term rentals, wanted to suggest that is reviewed.
Thank you very much. Questions, Councillor Parmar?
Yeah, to administration, can you provide some commentary? When I first read the report, I was actually quite happy with the administration recommendations. What does this do to, how do you view this as change?
So our recommendations put forth in the report at Urban Planning Committee remain our best advice to council to deal and address with the issue that we are seeing and community has brought forth around the development of lodging houses or suspected lodging houses within row houses, and generally around the eightplex conversation. So as we see the increase in eightplexes, there's some increase in creativity around the use of regulations or not the use of regulations to further the development or the number of people within these complexes. So right now, the way the zone is structured as well as the business license is structured, it's fairly convoluted in terms of what is allowed, what is permitted, how do we enforce on it, etc. What these suite of regulations look to do in terms of the admin recommendations of regulations, it looks to tighten up those gaps. It realizes that the intent of the overall RS zone and that increase to 8 units was a significant increase, and then further having additional impact in terms of how some of these buildings are being used as lodging houses or quasi-lodging houses where you have 24 independent living arrangements through the sleeping units is a different size of impact than what was originally intended. So in Min's contention, our contention is that to bring back sort of the process as well as the trust in the permitting system, we need to put further restrictions around the lodging house use and bring those impacts back in line to what we expected.
So what is this, so that this is not the recommended motion from the report, what does this do? What does this not create the whole package as intended by administration?
Yeah, so each of those regulations are built upon the other. It does continue to do some things, obviously, but it still creates enforceability gaps as well as some of those expectation gaps around what can and can't be built in the row houses. So even with the new definitions, you can do 16 sleeping units in each one of those eightplexes. So it still creates an opportunity for some gray area interpretation where you have some of those high turnover rates that weren't expected through the zoning bylaw renewal and creating, I would say, an outsized impact on community for a very small subsector of the developments with large within the RS zone.
So could this, if this moves forward, could it add additional, you said it was convoluted. Does this make it more convoluted or?
It continues the convoluted nature of the enforcement.
Okay. And then do you have any comments about the rate, the different rate between the short-term and long-term?
Not right now. I think it's something that we can look at through an existing motion that we're looking at short-term rentals that we would come back in the fall with a recommendation of either to bump it up, keep it the same, or whatnot, to rationalize the approach there.
Okay, and so your recommendation remains the same even after seeing this amended recommendation that in the report you would like to see 1, 2, and 3 move forward?
Our recommendation is that the full suite proposed amendments as attached go forward to reconcile this situation here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott, can you take the chair?
I have chair.
Thank you. So I want to just dig in because I was listening into the meeting last week at Urban Planning, and the original amendment that councillor that our mover had made was going to remove all of the recommendations from attachment 2, correct?
Correct.
What I had heard during that meeting in your answers and why I was uncomfortable with supporting that amendment if that had come forward was that essentially it did create an incongruency and did not allow you to have the consistency or certainty or the ability to enforce. Is that generally a summary of what I heard last week?
Yeah, without the zoning changes, enforcement becomes difficult.
So then can you help me make sure, because what I'm not sure about is that with this change, all of the other changes in attachment 2 continue, except what is happening is that this says you could still have a lodging house within a row housing development and a secondary suite, correct?
Correct.
So then you'll have to help me understand the suggestion that it creates incongruent, or it continues the convoluted nature, because I understood why it didn't make sense, with all due respect to our original mover, why the last motion last week didn't make sense in my view. I'm not sure I'm hearing, understanding why that's the case now, because all of the other things would still be included in this. So to me, it's really just a debate of are we comfortable with the idea of lodging housing in a secondary suite or a row house as much as we are with a single family home? The enforcement, all of the other things are still included. So help me understand that comment.
So what we're faced with is when you have a row house, you have 8 distinct units, and each of those 8 units could, if we keep it as is, could operate a lodging house. How do we choose, or how do you prevent one from having a lodging house while allowing another to have a lodging house, especially when they're all coming up at the exact same time? So each unit has the potential to be a lodging house, and by permitting one, we're hitting that limit of 8, and then how do we deal with the others if they start to become a lodging house?
Walk me through it, because I think you want to respond. Walk me through how that's different as part of your response to a non-lodging. So say you want to do a semi-detached, which has 2 units instead of 8, or why does that same problem not exist?
So there's a scale difference. In a single or a semi, you're dealing with limited number of sleeping units, limited number of units. What Lila was describing around the enforcement challenges of permitting lodging houses in the row houses is you have, again, 8 potential units within a standard 8-plex. Right now, the regulation as proposed allows up to 8 sleeping units as a lodging house within the site. So in terms of enforcement, we would have to not only look to the 1 unit that we think is a lodging house, we would then also have to look at the 3 remaining ones. So we'd have to get access to each one of those to understand how each of those bedrooms, sleeping units are being used, to calculate the total to make sure it doesn't go above 8. In reality, it's a very challenging enforcement scenario because we're dealing with possible multiple owners. Maybe we're dealing with 1 owner. We're dealing with, in terms of our enforcement capabilities, we have to provide notice, which gives them opportunities to change how they're using it on the spot. So it becomes unpredictable, and in a scenario where legally there may not be a row house use, but functionally when you take the building as a whole, or lodging house use, sorry, functionally when you take the building as a whole, you'll have more sleeping units above and beyond those thresholds.
So the last thing maybe that helped me in my last time is walk me through how that's different than a semi-detached with 5 bedrooms on each side. Like what does that look like? Because to me, you would have to do the same sequence of events. Sure, a couple fewer bedrooms, but it feels like you'd have to have the same enforcement conversation.
So it depends on the ownership structure. The majority of our semi-detached are on single titled lots, so each one would be measured on its own lot. And the majority of our row houses coming through right now are a shared ownership, so they're all on the same lot. So there is that distinction.
Okay. I'm going to be out of time, so I'll probably have to come back, or others might get to it in their questions, because I still feel I need a little clarification. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Great, thank you. Just to the mover, so, I mean, kind of getting rid of all these amendments, you're just keeping the definition in place is kind of how I read this. Is that?
No, so it's, it would be changing the definition from 4 to 3. It's also changing from site to lot. There's a few other pieces. Oh, yeah, the definition of the lodging house in terms of the characteristics. So the pieces that are removed are lodging houses are not permitted with row housing, and lodging houses are not permitted within secondary suites. Those are the items that are being deleted.
And you said kind of in your statements, how does this help enforcement? Because I kind of read this as this makes it a little bit tougher to stop this at the beginning, and then the enforcement side is the recommendation from a man.
Yeah, so I think that, you know, as the mayor pointed out, the threshold of 8 is going to potentially trigger challenges if those 8 are spread over 2 units that may or may not be on different sites. You know, I think with what we've typically seen with the row housing development is that they are a single owner. And so, again, you're dealing with one owner to gain access to one unit. I don't know that that creates any greater complexities, recognizing that enforcement is always going to be complex.
And then kind of building this out, I mean, at committee last week, we heard from residents, Bill, developers, everyone was in support of the recommendation from Min. So I guess when you're building this out, say, you know, I think it actually needs to be changed, get rid of this, redo the definition. Where's that feedback coming from?
Yeah, so I think that fundamentally, and like it's funny going through this because I'm like, oh, I don't even know that I like that there's a cap of 8 on a lot or a cap of 12. You know, I think that lodging housing provides a really important form of student housing. I think where I struggle as well is that the impacts that we heard from the community, for something to, if someone is concerned a unit is being used as a lodging house, and the city inspects and we say, hey, it looks like you're using this as a lodging house, one of the remedies or one of the ways they can come into compliance is to take locks off of bedroom doors. So all the same people can keep living there. Their behaviors in the neighborhood can, and I don't mean behaviors, like the way they move through the neighborhood, any traffic they generate, none of that changes. So fundamentally, I don't even know that I'm on side with regulating lodging houses any differently than other forms of development, because it frankly, I think, comes down to a lease agreement, and I don't think lease agreements have land use impacts.
And just to admit, because kind of we're talking about enforcement, and kind of what I heard from you, Travis, is this is going to make it harder for enforcement, which was really some of the main issues that we heard why this motion even got put forward in the first place.
It'll make it similar to what we are facing today, compared to what we're proposing as the amendments, this amendment on the floor today. So, yeah, in terms of moving that forward and operating within the community, I would expect we would have similar challenges that we face today.
Okay, so if we want to try to do better enforcement, and as it got brought up last week, I think one of the speakers said there's a lot of guys who are operating these who are not supposed to be, don't have the license or whatever. If we want better enforcement, we stick with the original recommendations, in your opinion, then based on this motion.
Correct, and I think around enforcement and that trust around community, we do regulate lodging houses in the zoning bylaw. We do have regulations around it, so it's important to keep to that intent, and the same as well as that overall increase that was provided through zoning bylaw renewal and those 8 units, that density increase. And allowing community to build upon that acceptance to ensure that we can still move forward on that agenda, as well as direct lodging houses in this type of living to where it is most suitable. So it's not taking away all of the options within the zoning bylaw, it's directing it towards the more intense areas, the more apartment-oriented units where you have multis. That acts similarly to the nature of a lodging house, or when you have multiple bedrooms within an 8-plex with multiple different living arrangements, and you create that similar or group together those similar impacts.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, I should have gone to Councillor Stevenson because you hadn't asked questions yet. You're welcome to ask questions now.
No, that's fine, thank you. I just had a question. I wanted to pick up a bit more about some of the conversation we had on the building code. And I'm just trying to understand sort of the, I know sometimes, if you go from a single detached home to, let's say, a group home use, there's a really significant step in building code requirements. You need sprinklering, and it's quite expensive to retrofit. Just at a very high level, can you give me a sense? So if we picture a conventionally built 8-plex, and it got permitted as a row house, and then let's say it was subsequently deemed a lodging house, what sort of step, like what degree of change is required for building code upgrades for that structure?
So just want to be careful just in terms of, that relationship between the zoning bylaw and the building code. They are two separate, but yet one helps drive sort of the indication of what's going on the other side on the code. So in terms of lodging houses and residential uses, lodging houses aren't treated any different than a residential use, a single unit, until you hit certain thresholds. So there is a 8-unit or 8 sleeping unit or 8-person threshold, and the team can correct me on that because the language is different between how we talk normally. So
normal humans?
Yeah. So that 8 units or the 8 sleeping units and that arrangement around with additional cooking measures or lack of proprietor on site requires a different set of building code measures, and that's usually increasing the fire rating between the units.
Okay. And sorry, between the units, so sorry, is it 8 sleeping units within a building or a single unit that has 8 bedrooms?
So this is where it gets a little bit more fun. Once you're above 8, then each of those sleeping units have to have a different fire rating. It's not about the units anymore. And hence why there's knock-on effects in terms of enforcement and what should be built and can be built, and then how are these buildings are being used versus what they should be built out to support that use.
Okay, no, that's very helpful. And again, though, we're not talking about going from, it's not adding sprinklers, it's maybe some additional drywall rating.
It depends.
It depends.
Depends how big, how many units, that it changes as it scales up.
Yeah, but again, if we were restricting through zoning that it's 8 on a lot, it wouldn't surpass that threshold.
Again, because of the difficulty enforcement, it would be difficult to then require the corresponding proper building code requirements through that process.
Yeah. Okay, so again, just maybe going back to the enforcement. So if the original, as recommended from administration, if the original attachment 2 went forward, let's say there's an 8-plex, it's suspected of having lodging units in it. Again, I'm understanding there would still need to be those checks to make sure that how many bedrooms there are that are lodging houses within all 8 of those units. And then, maybe the easier question to ask is, can any enforcement taken by the city change the number of people living in those units, assuming that they're following building code and occupancy maximums?
I don't think so. I think that ultimately you could still have the same number of people living in there, but we would be asking that they live more as a shared household than as an individual household. And by removing the locks on the doors, there's probably, I would suggest, almost a push to that because you've removed the locks on the doors and also the lease structure. You're now indebted to one another.
Well, or there's one person with the head lease. Yeah, okay, but I think that helps me understand the limitations. I think, again, even in best case scenario with original attachment 2, we're still not necessarily changing the number of people living there or we can't require people to share groceries and cook together. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
So can I not have a lock on my bedroom door?
continue to your regular questions. Thank
I'm
you.
not asking the follow-up, but
Anyway,
no, I mean, that's a serious question.
Okay.
Like, can you not have a lock on a bedroom door?
Yeah, I think you can, but it also depends on how you're living and what safety code requirement you're living in. So you're living in a single detached or single occupied home.
I think it's more that we're not looking for any one particular characteristic. We wouldn't just use the lack of a locked door as an indicator of a lodging house. It would depend on what our enforcement staff are seeing in the property or in the building.
So maybe I'll ask the mover. I think part of the motivation, to the mover, we all, I think, agree that we need lodging houses in the city of Edmonton.
I sure do.
And I think we all kind of agree that having one bedroom, one bath options.
just be careful with the use of the word "we." You're speaking. I know.
No, but it's in the zoning bylaw.
I know.
So we agree.
I
We
know.
passed
Just-
the bylaw. Like, that's there.
I just don't want you to speak for all of council right now.
Well,
You can ask.
unless council amends the zoning bylaw, this is what council agrees. That there shall be lodging houses, there shall be one-bed rentals. These are all permitted uses that have happened since 1908 or whenever, like that we have lodging houses in Macaulay and Garneau and everywhere. What I think is the mover trying to get at is it the row housing piece that is the real definition here between what administration proposed and your amendment?
Yeah, I don't think that we should be restricting this form of living based on the type of building that it's in.
Okay, like if I guess to administration, if we're looking at this from like what is the harm? The main harm I was getting concerns about were the short-term rentals and this example of this hourly rental that, for the record, I cannot find any example of. Did administration ever find, is this hour, have you ever seen an hourly rental?
It was advertised.
It was advertised. So
Correct.
someone was advertising room by the hour.
Correct.
Okay. So both the administration's package and what Councillor Stevenson has proposed both would address that short-term rental problem, right?
Yes. What I would offer is maybe a different angle in terms of trying to determine if there's a lock on a door or not a lock on a door. It's really around that intended intensity of that use, around the RS zone and the 8 plexes. No one is debating, or at least the administration's not debating, that a lodging house is a important housing type. We believe it's an important housing type. However, when you stack it upon the additional intensity that was scaled up through the zoning bylaw renewal, it creates impacts that weren't intended and impacts that the community is seeing and is raising concerns about. It's also a very small subset of our development applications that is causing an outsized impact. So to help us enforce the rules that we have today to provide clarity, that is what we're bringing forth in terms of our recommendation.
So what is the number of lodging houses that we have in Edmonton permitted?
We'll look it up. We have one approved in a row house right now and a list of about 85 to inspect.
That was out of 7,000 developments last year?
In terms of row houses, I think just scaling back of what we did in terms of, we did about 500 in 2025 and about 300 in 2024. So it's a significant percentage that we're getting commentary on in terms of the operations and what we're going to move forward with inspections.
Okay. So another speaker brought up a committee and emailed us a couple examples of if this was to pass, what does this do to existing lodging houses or existing student rentals in like what is the path to compliance now for them? Or do they have
If you
to be
have a
shut down?
permit, you become legal non-conforming. You can't add to it, and then once you discontinue it, you can't get it again. But you are still a legal use if you have a permitted lodging house use and you're affected by these regulations.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, I When I'm looking at the report, and I was thinking about this when I was listening to committee last week as well, like, we have 134 development permits that were approved for lodging houses. And what's even more staggering is between 2016 and 2025, we had 351 complaints recorded about lodging houses, 5 specifically for row houses. Are those numbers in that report accurate?
Yeah, and I think the reason for that is, I think row housing just wasn't as prevalent, I think, in the past, so that's where we're seeing more suspicions now than we had prior to zoning bylaw.
But even in 2025, up to and including 2025, it says there was 5 concerns over infill row houses. Like, I guess I'm just like, what, are we trying to use a hammer? Like, it's like, what is the tool to solve what problem? In this conversation, I'm becoming more and more confused. Honestly, yeah. So I guess, and then there's another really interesting wording in the report that I wanted to dig into. It says, lodging houses with valid development permits are a small share of residential development. But what I think I've heard, and when I've had trouble and challenges in the ward that I represent with lodging houses, it's usually because they're not actually permitted. Because again, if you have a house form, a bungalow, you can retrofit that to be a lodging house. You can retrofit any built form to be a lodging house by putting locks on the doors, by, so I guess I really, like, does this not just push the problem more underground? Do we just then get more lodging houses that are not actually permitted?
I would suggest that it brings it to the forefront and that people will know that there is an enforceable bylaw in place. We saw that with secondary suites. We've always had illegal secondary suites, and when we started to allow for them, we saw a lot coming through the process, through the permitting process, and got their permissions, and we continue to inspect illegal secondary suites.
But that was as we made things more permissible. In what you're proposing in this report, we're actually tightening those permissions on row houses and secondary suites. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like those are different.
I do understand, but it creates a situation where we can actually enforce and identify where the row houses are, and the proprietors can then decide how to adjust their product accordingly. We're not removing rooms from rental. We're creating opportunities for those to be rented in a different way. And we're also defining where these individual room rentals are considered to be that scale of uplift on a lot, and align it with where we were at in 2024 when the rules were crafted.
Okay, that's a really interesting comment and answer that I think provided a little bit more clarity to me, because again, and I think this goes to what Councillor Stevenson, and maybe I will go to the mover, is trying to get at, that I didn't really fully understand, is like, we can't actually regulate the composition or the housing. So what we're actually regulating is the form of financial agreement, which seems very out of line with our bylaw. Am I finally getting it, Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, and again, no fault on you. And I will also say, I mean, we asked administration to look into this. We did ask them to come back with regulations. So it's not like they, but fundamentally, that's how I feel.
Because what I just heard from that answer is, you could still have a townhouse, you could still have 8 students with individual rooms, but you just have 1 leasee rather than 8 leasees.
Correct. Or
4 leasees with a subleasee.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it now. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my question is going to be for Mr. Gunther. So, catch you on the spot here. Like, from an enforcement aspect, because I know lodging house doesn't fall in the Innkeepers Act, it's going to fall in the Residential Tenancy Act. And what I'd like to find out, you may not have known on top of your head about what bylaw enforcement have we had that's actually gone through the court systems, because the amount of work involved to locate an individual who doesn't have a business license or suspend a business license. They need a warrant to go inside, and which creates logistically, it's a bit of a headache to work through. So even though we're creating these, I like the fact that we're moving forward on this, but it's such a gray area that is so difficult to enforce. Like, do you have any insight on, have we had enforcement in the past? Do you have any experience in this, my friend?
Yes, Councillor. I'll share a little bit of the experiences that I've had and that my team has had in this realm. And I'll say that this isn't an area in, say, perhaps the last 3 or 4 years I've had as much direct line of sight on, but I do have a fair amount of personal experience working with some of these issues through the courts. I'll say that defining a lodging house versus other forms of residential occupancy, it's an issue that has been vexing municipalities as long as you can look at court cases. That's why it's all, and I can see as council's talking through these issues, it's very difficult to pinpoint exact examples of when is something a lodging house versus when it's not. And that's why it's very important to look at it holistically and allow when enforcement takes place for there to be criteria or examples where something looks like a lodging house, and it will allow us, both in legal and the team that's doing enforcement, to take that through the court process. We have had success in court where there are examples of non-compliance with the regulations. We, under Section 542 of the Municipal Government Act, do not need a warrant to enter these premises. We simply need to give reasonable notice because we do have municipal inspection powers. And I will also say that where there have been examples of non-compliance, whether that is in lodging houses, other types of residential built form, where folks are not following the zoning bylaw, we will enforce that, we will take it through the court system, and we have seen some success.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And I don't know if Mr. Jones is online or if you can provide this. Any indication of how many investigations that we've had hypothetically in 2025 under this and versus 2024? Just because the amount of hours required to investigate these matters and the outcome for these, it's labor intensive for what the punishment generally provides through the courts. And I didn't know if you can provide insight on that.
I'm not sure that Mr. Jones would be the person who would have the best insight into this. We'd probably be looking for someone from development compliance. I'm not sure if there's anyone, Travis, or on your team that can speak to that.
Yeah, so these are enforced by our development compliance team. When we get complaints, we look for evidence, we look for advertising, and then we will issue a notice of entry where we give them a minimum amount of time, so usually it's 2 weeks out. They know what we're looking for, so we go out onto site. We are looking for a suite of indicators because, as my colleague pointed out, there's no one defining feature that creates a lodging house. It is a combination of items. And we go out and we look for things like individual doors, if there's cooking facilities, mini fridges in rooms, things that suggest that people are living more in their bedroom than as a shared accommodation. We have asked for lease agreements, and in the past, when it was about who lived there, we would even look at IDs. We no longer look at that anymore. So we find it very challenging. And in this scenario right now, we have to look at every single suite to see how those units are being rented out. Again, yes, you can put a number on the door. Typically, that's not seen in a shared accommodation. And so we use that suite of evidence to advance with our enforcement.
Okay, thank you, and I'm out of time, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Well, thank you. I would like to just follow up on that a little bit. So, there was a question about complaints, and we ended at 2025. I'm just wondering if we have a count for so far in 2026 and how that compares to, say, the full year of like 2025 or 2024.
53 for this year.
Okay, and what was the total for 2025?
75.
Okay, so we're obviously trending higher. So with Councillor Elliott's questions, it made me think about we have a host of imperfect tools. Even just normal enforcement doesn't really get us there. So what I'm wondering is, like, is this basically we're saying, look, we don't have any sort of silver bullet tool that helps us. But if we have this entire suite of tools, no pun intended, that would help us to gain more authority, or at least more power to enforce our own rules. Is that sort of the idea here?
Correct.
Okay, so that's clarifying things a lot for me. And lots of things can be true. So I'm just the revisions that are proposed in this motion. The rationale for them is true, I believe. I think that's accurate. We cannot, it's not, build form is not an enforcement tool per se, but it does actually augment the ability to enforce. Is that sort of the thesis?
That's correct.
Okay, I get it. So then if we put it all together, we're more likely to have success in achieving our stated bylaw goals.
Yes, and in addition to the 53 complaints that we've had in 2026, we also have a list of about 80 suspect that we as administration that maintain, and we have with the additional staff that Lila spoke about and the changes that we are putting forward today, we hope to address that list as well. So this is things that we are responding to, what we are hearing, what we're seeing, and also what we want to act upon.
Okay, so all right, so now I think I got it. So with the revisions that were proposed initially before this motion was put on the floor, the idea was that because it's so difficult through the process to prove what a lodging house is, this gives you some of that fallback. And the rationale for that is that we're getting far more complaints and issues than we've ever seen in any previous year. And it's not just based on population growth, but actually literally more complaints per unit. Is this what I'm understanding?
That is very true. And we're also getting a lot of questions at the application stage where our residents, Edmontonians, are identifying that it doesn't look like a row house, that it's looking more like a hotel or other form of development. And they're having concerns about why we're not reviewing it that way, and we can't. And this would help us through that process and help ensure that the development that is being proposed is what ultimately is what is built.
Right, which was never the intention of the bylaw that came on board. As far as I understand it, is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that's correct. This was not the intent, and in addition to what we've already talked about, there is an element of trust here that we're trying to maintain with community in terms of what we intended and the land form that we're trying to regulate.
Okay, and it would also, I assume, actual permitting process and licensing processes that maybe are currently being worked around, put it that way. Yeah?
Yes, you broke up a little bit, but I believe I understood what you said, and yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Did you want to move another round, Councillor Paquette?
Move another round.
Thank you.
Second?
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson, I think. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Elliott, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Okay, I think I'm getting there. I'm not quite there yet, unlike Councillor Rutherford, who I think made it there. So, you mentioned outsized impact, and so maybe I want to unpack that, because I think what I'm trying to grapple with right now is on the 38% of lots that can have 8 bedrooms, or 8 units, sorry, maybe 3 bedrooms each, give or take. You know, let's use this as a hypothetical. I've got an 8 units, each unit has 3 bedrooms. You could have 24 people living in that, if not more, depending on if they were families in each of the units, you would have, but you could have 24 or more if that was treated like a typical row housing development, correct?
Correct.
If it were a lodging house, you're almost certainly only going to individuals, maybe a couple, I guess, but you could have 24 people in that same row housing development that is now officially a lodging home.
Correct.
The outsized impact piece that was referenced earlier, what is that? What am I fixing for, what's the additional impact that I'm missing right now? Is it that you're more likely to have 24 adults and that creates a greater utility,
So what you're pulling on,
yeah.
There's a couple of factors here. One, lodging house is a use in the zoning bylaw, so inherently, someone at some point in time decided that it was different than just a straight residential use. What that's functionally built upon is that independent living creates, as a whole, a greater impact than if you were living collectively. So you have 24 individuals moving independently from one another. They're not combining trips, so they're not. I guess, yeah, again, they're not living collectively, so it creates more trips, it creates more impact, more movement.
So you're getting food delivery, there's things like that, there's that. So, and therefore we're trying to potentially prevent that. So again, there's been a lot of talk about enforcement. Remind me, outside of let's call it the university nodes and corridors, how many lodging houses have been permitted outside of those corridors where I think lodging houses probably are the most desirable?
So just a clarification, we're not looking to prevent lodging houses.
I know, and that's what I'm
manage them.
Yeah, exactly. We're trying to manage it. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is, of all of them that have been permitted, how many are outside of sort of the nodes and corridors right now?
So we don't have an exact number.
Ballpark even? Are we talking hundreds? Are we talking
There will be
tens?
multiples across all of the city. Okay. So each neighborhood will be seeing this development. It is not limited to any one area. We're hearing about it all across the city.
We're hearing about it. Can I just get a sense of what have we verified? That's what I'm just trying to making sure I understand.
So, Mr. Mayor, it goes back to Councillor Paquette's question around how many complaints have we heard this year? We've heard between 50 and 60, which is a marked increase from last year and previous years. We also have developments that are on a proactive inspection list. There's about 70 or 80 of those right now. Ones that potentially are looking like a lodging house just on plan.
And are those, sorry, I'm just
and those are everywhere across the
everywhere. So you're seeing a likelihood of lodging houses popping up everywhere based off what
the general areas where infill is concentrating.
Okay. And that's because when you get that permit, you're seeing a bathroom connection, or you're seeing something that would go above and beyond what you would do if that were typical.
Yeah, typically it is a high bathroom and bedroom count, so typically en suite for all the bedrooms, and also very small common living space.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Councillor Palmer. Oh, I'll take the chair back, sorry.
You have the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think it's interesting because I think lodging houses are important, but I think they're probably regulated because they don't want to be, they want to separate it from hotel use, which we also regulate differently. Would that be correct to say?
It's part of it, correct?
So I think what is interesting to me is that when we looked at the zoning bylaw, we wanted to create housing, not hotel rooms. And this is, the amendments that are proposed here are really to discourage kind of hotel use.
The amendments here are looking to help manage a discrete problem that wasn't intended through zoning bylaw renewal, but because of the new rules and the density allowed in these locations, there is that increased intensity of use of each site over and beyond the original 8-plex with 8 units and 8 kind of cohabitation.
And can I just jump in? What we're seeing is these units operate both as a lodging house with a long-term rental and also the short-term rental. So it's that conflation between the two. Just wanted to share that as well.
Yeah, because when you're using short-term rental, you're not using it like a house. You're using it as a, I don't know, visitor to the.
It's a business.
A business, right? And just a question: how are the lodging houses taxed? Are they taxed residentially or non-residential tax?
They would be taxed as a residential because they're a residential use.
Okay, that's outside this conversation, but really they're doing permitted commercial business and being taxed as residential.
It depends on how they're operating, and again, their structures and how long people are staying.
Right, and so I have a question. Do we know, like one of the things that I'm concerned about is if we permit more of these mini hotels or hotel-like use, would that then decrease the actual investment into our city for hotels? Like, do we have any thoughts around that?
So, Councillor, as part of the short-term rental update in Q4, some of these aspects will be addressed, and I suspect you'll be hearing from the hoteliers around the impact on their business models then.
Right, because we collect taxes on hotels based on revenue, correct?
Based on occupancy, correct?
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. So we could actually be decreasing our revenue source with this, which is probably not part of this conversation, but just an afterthought. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I was going to ask a couple more questions, but maybe I'll just get kind of right to it. Because I think I want to make an amendment here to the motion.
Okay.
And I think the easiest way to do that is to make the amendment to strike point 1 from this motion. I believe that will get us back to the original.
That would be correct, if that's what your intent is.
Second?
You need to add.
Yeah, and sorry, there would be a change there. Yeah, so it'd be an amendment to strike 1, and then as you do that, there would no longer be a revised attachment of number 2. So yeah, we'll make sure. Okay, so that's been moved. I heard second.
Point 4?
No, point 4, I haven't heard any suggestion that folks wanted to change that.
No, point 4 I can keep.
Okay. So that motion has been moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Tang. We'll get that up on the screen right away. Yeah, I think there's a private attachment, but we can cross that bridge afterwards.
Yeah,
so I'll give you 2 minutes, Councillor Clark, to introduce.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this and debated it a little bit, so I don't need to be too long on this. But you know, the original recommendation that was brought forward, the MIN, really addresses, I think, the big issue here in the non-compliance is that we're seeing the complaints go up, as we're seeing people try to have more lodging houses without actually necessary permits in these row houses and infills, and we expect that to continue a lot. That addresses the compliance issue and the enforcement, so we need to do that. And then it also just makes it really clear in terms of the density. And you know, I think when this was in the zoning bylaw, the intention of it was maybe not exactly what we're seeing being built out with everything. So it gives them the parameters they need to do the compliance thing, and then know exactly for the community to build that trust and know where they're supposed to be operating. So.
Okay, thank you. Questions remaining before we go to speaking to it? Councillor Elliott?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just have one question. It's still related to this motion, but for admin.
Yeah, that's fine.
I just got a question that for education purposes. So if we have a lodging house and you get a lodging house permit, and I know they fall under certain standards, if an owner does not get a lodging house permit, can they act like an Airbnb and get around this methodology of, because I'm trying to find out, because if somebody's like doesn't want to follow this, can they, I'll say, cheat the system and come up, I'm going to be an Airbnb now?
So that's where that subsequent regulation about if you are a lodging house, you cannot be a short-term rental. So it effectively is going to limit the number of bedrooms or sleeping units that you rent out individually to 2. Because once you hit the threshold of 3, you become a lodging house.
Okay, thank you. That was my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Those wishing to speak to the amendment, please click on the board. And I realize that sort of by speaking to this, you might end up speaking a little bit to both, and so that's fine. We'll allow a little bit of that flexibility. And also then ask for your self-control on, if you're going to speak to it and speak to sort of the thing as a whole, please don't speak twice. Although I can't actually stop you from that. Councillor Parmar.
Yeah, thanks for the mover for moving this. I am gonna support this amendment. And since you gave me that grace, Mayor, I will speak to both. I think the policy, I think every time you put a policy out there, you do later realize that there are some unintended consequences. That's just the nature of developing policy and such a sweeping policy change as well. I think, you know, people can start to get behind, you know, infill in their areas, gentle densification, but I don't think people can get around hotels, and I don't think that was the intention of this policy. And with that, I will be supporting the amendment and would encourage my council colleagues to do the same.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I will not be supporting the amendment. Appreciate the reasons for it coming forward. For me, it fundamentally comes down to, you know, are we trying to regulate, what is the best tool for regulating safe and welcoming and functioning communities? I worry that a lot of what we've heard around lodging houses hasn't come to pass. Again, a lot of what we heard was people being worried about what might happen and not what is happening. And I think it's always important that we're focusing on regulating behaviors rather than regulating people or the way they choose to live together. What I think regardless, I think because of the complexities and the very small nuances that define a group of roommates that live together as a single household or as individuals, enforcement is always going to be incredibly hard in this space. Not allowing it in row housing doesn't stop the need for our enforcement officers to inspect all the units in the row house. If there's a complaint, they have to go into each of those units. So while we can say it's not allowed, that doesn't mean that we are not going to have to investigate in those types of buildings where it might be happening. I think that I'm trying to speak in backwards, so I was going to speak to my motion, and now I'm speaking against the amendment to the motion. I think with what was initially proposed before this amendment was you could have a scenario where you have an 8-plex. 2 to 3 of the units of that 8-plex could be lodging houses, or in other words, student accommodation. But it would require that the other 5 have different forms of tenancy. That is it's odd for us to be regulating tenancy, I think, but it does provide the outcome of having a mix of housing types and a mix of households that can be accommodated, and ensuring that, on the whole, there are those options in the neighborhood. What I worry about with the amendments as they originally proposed is it just seems, for lack of a better word, it just feels arbitrary to not allow people to live a certain way in a certain type of building. I do share my colleagues' desire to see much stronger regulation of short-term rentals. Again, we have a report coming on that, and point 4 of the motion addresses that. I think aside from regulation, also looking at how we're taxing is going to be an incredibly important part of that conversation. So I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
This is one of my talking out loud moments because I'm not sure where I'm at. Because I think, I hear some of my colleagues, I hear administration say like this will this will like address the public trust piece that was there, and I'm not actually sure that's the case. I think the other report in Q4 about short-term rental, that to me is like the real big problem solver that we need to address. So I'm not sure sticking with the original recommendation actually solves the problem, nor do I think the amendments, or rather the original motion submitted by Councillor Stevenson, neither of those actually address the bigger issue that I think is going to come up later this year. The other thought I have on this, and not to create greater uncertainty, is that in either way, this actually just creates the amendments to come to a public hearing. So, in fact, because I'm not convinced yet, part of me wants to support the amendment, if only to have all of those options on the table, but I'm not sure I would disagree with the original mover's perspective. And it would be well within any of our rights, especially those who support the amendment, to make a motion at a public hearing to do exactly what was initially being discussed, which is a convoluted and challenging thing, but also well within our right because the public hearing is coming up. So I lean, right at this very moment, but very intrigued in additional perspectives, to potentially say yes to this amendment, at least to get it to the public hearing, so that I feel I can do a bit more digging, because I'm not convinced that administration's actually going to have any less work to do. I'm not convinced that they're still not going to get calls on many different multi-unit row housing developments from folks who maybe weren't as interested in the change and just to call about them, and they are required to still go in and look into that. So I don't actually think it's time-saving. I'd love to, I hear that the suggestion that it would be. I'm not convinced that that would in fact be the case. So I think I want a little more time, and a public hearing gives me the time to reflect on this a bit more without closing the door yet. So I'm leaning towards saying yes to this amendment, but we'll find out how it goes based off the discussion. See what kind of wisdom Councillor Rutherford can offer me as the next speaker. I'll take back the chair.
You have the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I was on and then I was off and now I'm back on again. So I will be supporting the deletion of this, but I've actually come full circle. Like when I came into the council meeting today, and even after listening to committee, I was pretty convinced that the recommendations were solid and we should go forth with them. I've actually come around to feeling like I actually don't even want to entertain any zoning regulations, because I think it defeats the purpose of regulating the use, not the user, as a fundamental principle. I think the business licensing amendments are strong. I think short-term licensing, rental licensing amendments are strong. I think this actually has the potential to push the issue further underground, actually, and make it harder. So I will be supporting this because I don't want to see any of it. Does that make sense? So if I would support this because I don't want to see these amendments, because I don't want to see any zoning amendments. So I'm coming at it from a very different angle. But that's not to say we shouldn't regulate, and the concerns of Edmontonians aren't real. It's about what regulatory tools do we have that will best address it, and also still allow us and enable us to stick to our fundamental principles of not regulating the user, but the use. The use doesn't actually change with these regulations. You can still have individual rooms rented out. It's just the only thing that changes is the lease title, and that's concerning to me. So that's why I will be supporting this, but for a very different reason than other people may be supporting it.
Thank you. The beauty of local democracy. Councillor Clark to close.
Thank you. Yeah, as the mayor said, I mean, this goes to a public hearing, so we can have more discussion on this. when we look at kind of the non-compliance issue, does this solve everything? Is it still a ton of work for admin? Of course it is, and it does not solve everything. But if they're telling us that we need these tools from the zoning and the bylaw changes to address this non-compliance, then I want to give them benefit of doubt on that and say, okay, if this is what you need to do a better job, regulate that, then let's provide that. So I think that's one. And I think it's okay if maybe the intent on the original bylaw or the zone bylaw when this came out, if now with these new built forms and these coming in as, you know, kind of mini hotels in some locations, it was not intended. We've seen that and adjusted that. I think that's okay too, to kind of look at that and see. And if there, you know, if this gets a public hearing, you want to have advocates for student housing, whatever, talk about that, then I'd welcome them to come and share kind of their feedback on why they think this is, this should be regulated more or be kept the same way, right? But I think this is clearly something we need to look at. It's been brought up a bunch. It's only becoming kind of more of an issue from the community. I think this can build some trust if we take this step, and I hope everyone supports this amendment and move on to the next step.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 9-3. And now to the original motion as amended. We've, I think, asked all our questions. Some folks have started. Oh, Councillor Jans? Yeah, of course you can speak.
Sorry,
Yeah.
actually, can I ask just questions?
You can ask further questions, yes.
Thank you. To admin, if I may.
Are you going to be less than 5 minutes? Because we're coming up on 3:30.
Yes, I'll be
Okay,
fast.
great.
Okay. If you're running a lodging house, or if you're running an eightplex, or if you're running any rental, what is the threshold to move away from multiple small bins to one large bin?
For waste?
Yeah.
Great question. I don't think it's within what we're talking about right now.
One of the concerns I had is one of the concerns I hear is more users, more waste. And then what I'm wondering is, has that been addressed in other avenues?
So there's the availability of shared bins that is available to all users, whether you're single, semi, rows, et cetera. So that reduces the amount of green bins on site. In terms of moving to a larger commercial type of bin, that I don't believe has a solid number. It's somewhere in between that 10 to 20 types of units.
But there's nothing prohibiting in the bylaw that the owner couldn't ask to have that different bin.
It would also depend on whether they have space for the bin.
Yeah.
Once they build out their lot and have the garage and stuff, they typically don't have space for that bin. They wouldn't be able to meet their soft landscaping and all of that.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the original motion? I know some of us did, and it's fine. I just wanted to check.
It's a request to split.
There was a request to split?
Just point one.
Yeah, just point one. Yep, that we can do that. I think, yeah. Okay. So therefore, what we'll do is we'll just vote on point number 1 to start. Please vote on point number 1.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. Just give us 2 seconds. We're sending the vote out now.
Yeah, no problem.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 9-3. And then on the other two, or on points 2 and 3, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette.
Oh yeah, e-scribes are coming. Don't worry yet. Well, there it is.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 12-0, and we do still need a motion to approve, keep attachment 4 in private, subject to the appropriate section of the Access to Information Act.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Parmar,
Second.
second by Councillor Elliott. What section of the Access to Information Act
It's
is that?
section 32 of the Access to Information Act.
Fantastic, thank you. There it is. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you both. We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. We will take our recess until 3:45, and at which point we'll be coming back to item 7.7 and then moving on to the motions pending. Thanks, everyone. See you in 15 minutes. Like, lots of people already, like, it's already summer break for everyone. It's just like, we're done.
I've never had summer break before, so let's see.
Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order with a roll call. Councillor Principe? Councillor Morgan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Jans?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rutherford will be back right away. Councillor Clark? There's Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Clark will also be back right away. Councillor Tang is here. Councillor Parmar's here. Councillor Paquette. Sorry, I just decided.
Here.
Councillor Paquette. I see Councillor Salvador Stevenson and Councillor Elliott. Oh, I hear the voice. Okay, great. So we're back.
I'm here too.
Sure. Thank you. Oh, that's great. We're doing, yeah, it feels like a Friday. We're back. Item 7.7, Councillor Principe had selected it. This had gone to committee, but they did mention that if they were unable to join, that they were okay with us proceeding. Did anyone else have questions? This did go through to committee?
No.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson, do you want to make the motion?
Yes, I will move that Council Policy C437B, City Land Assets for Nonprofit Affordable Housing, as set out in Attachment 1 of the June 29, 2026 Community Services Report, CS03293, be approved.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. I'm going to assume because we had no questions, anyone wishing to speak to it? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
Thanks,
Madam
Councillor
Clerk.
Jans. Sorry, Councillor Paquette, I missed that, sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Will you change
Yes.
that? Seconded by?
Yeah, who was the seconder? Councillor Paquette? You said?
Did I say I seconded?
I thought you seconded.
I did. No,
Yeah.
I was wondering.
No, we're good, yep.
It's just up here.
Oh, I thought, yeah, it was
Yeah, we'll
Councillor
fix that.
Parmar. Yeah.
Just the vote's live, so we can't change it right
Yep.
now.
So everyone can vote.
Just waiting on one more vote.
I'm a yes.
It's not you, but thank you.
I apologize.
I see eyes staring to my right.
Rutherford?
Yes, and to the mic, yes.
Thank you. We have all the
Thank
votes.
you, please say the vote. And that is carried 12-0, wonderful. All right, so that takes care of all of our public reports. And now, we're gonna move on to, because our two items in private are set for tomorrow. So now we're gonna get to move into our motions pending. And the first motion pending is from Councillor Jans, Permanent Off-Leash Dog Park, Strathcona. Councillor Jans, do you want to make that motion?
Could you move on to the next one, and I'll be available in just a few minutes?
Of course, that's no problem at all.
He's the next one.
And you're the next one as well, so we'll move on from you, times two, to go to Councillor Paquette.
Well, hello. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes, please go ahead.
Okay, that capital profile CM 36000 open space partner renewal, NDPD renewal, and CM 363636 neighborhood park development program, new, be used to fund the remaining community contribution funding needed for playground development and redevelopment in Harrisine and Kensington parks, and a pocket park in Belvedere with funding from the existing profiles to allow for completion of the projects and full sunsetting of the neighborhood park development program.
Second.
That's seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette, you have 2 minutes to introduce.
Yeah, this is a pretty simple one. In the aftermath of a council vote to fund another park earlier, it occurred to me, you know what, we have a few of these still on the cusp, sort of in a limbo when we transferred the way that we do parks. And I thought, you know what, out of concerns for equity and expediency, just tie up these loose ends, get these done, and funding is there, so let's just go forward.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Wright.
I guess to administration, do we have a list of any other parks that are still in need of funding?
Hi, Councillor Wright. Nicole Wolf, Building Great Neighborhoods. These are the remaining 3 from the Neighborhood Park Development Program. Of course, there may be others throughout the city, but they were not part of community fundraising of the construction costs as NPDP.
Okay, and then the other one, any other ones then would then be funded through what?
So typically going forward, we've got playgrounds at school sites being funded when the schools are announced as part of our base level development.
And that's
then
the 250 from the province, is that right?
Plus money from the city, yes,
Okay.
but no fundraising from the community at this point in time.
Okay, and how much funding isn't left in there, I'm sorry?
So we've got enough to cover the gap. The community contribution portion of the fundraising that is left is about $270,000. We have enough in our profiles to cover that for these community portion top-ups.
Okay, all right, thank you. And that'll bring these to completion then? That 200?
Yes, that will move them into construction. Likely, might be some this year, but not likely. They will be constructed next year and then wrapped up.
Okay.
The MPDP program holistically.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tay.
I think Councillor Paquet mentioned a previous motion, which I think was in Councillor Morgan's ward. Is that correct to the mover?
Yeah, that's correct.
And then can administration remind me, what's the funding source for that previous one? That would have been like a new, that was a contingency because that was a new, I guess, new ask.
Correct, that was council contingency.
Right. And then, so this one, you mentioned 270,000. Sorry, I missed that. That's what's left in the MPDP?
No, that is the community contribution that is remaining to be funded through the community if we chose not to do this, through their fundraising for the 3 parts that were mentioned.
Right. And so for this to fully activate that, how much are we talking about from the city end?
Holistically, the total funding for all 3 projects required is about 691, which most of that would have been covered by ourselves as part of our 50-50 split with them, with 270 of that being the top up to their contribution to the Neighborhood Park Development Program requirements.
And then, so that 691,000 will come from existing profiles of the MPDP?
Correct.
Okay, so that funding is already there.
Correct.
Okay. What's the, can you just give me a sense of what is administration preparing for in the budget? That's gonna be like a funding package for the community parks program, is that right?
So as part of budget, we're looking at, from a growth perspective, the school sites that have been announced from the province. And then from a renewal perspective, it will be open space park and renewal for renewal of those aspects of existing.
And then what would you have done with the remainder of the MPDP anyways? Just kind of rolled it into some of those?
No, the last motion from Councillor Paquet held this over for the communities to allow to fundraise their portion up until the end of 2030. So it would have sat there until they made their contributions at this point in time. And then any remainder would have been turned back to the corporate funding pools from this.
Okay, so this is kind of like they have then reached the 270,000. Now we can kind of activate it sooner than later.
So this is the city providing an additional 270,000 to cover the community's portion of fundraising to get these completed and done.
Okay, and then just so I can understand, like this will cover all like the amount we're talking about here, 270 for the community contribution, and then 691 in the remaining in the program will cover the 3 parks?
Yes, all 3 parks will be able to move into construction and be completed with this funding.
Okay. Okay, so I think this is a little bit different than, so then it's a little bit different than the previous motion then.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, because I think there's a bit of a different distinction here. I guess I was just wondering why, like, sorry, like for the MPDP, you would have waited for these 3 projects. The difference right now is just that we're contributing a little bit more to the community side.
Correct.
Gotcha. But either way, it would have been these 3 anyhow before you sunsetted the MPDP. It's just a matter of time.
Correct. There's no new projects here. They're all existing ones just working their way through.
Right. So I guess that's kind of what's a little bit different to me is that they are not brand new. They've been kind of on the list. It's just a matter of time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parmar.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just when did you get confirmation of the amounts that were required from these 3 groups? And are they community leagues?
I can't answer if they're community leagues or if they're parent groups that have done fundraising. I don't have that information handy, but they have just been updated based upon the recent reach out to them over the last month of what fundraising they have done to date. So it's fairly recent.
Okay, so last month you're saying?
Yeah, within the last month.
Okay, and then just to the mover, you have a different amount here versus the 270. Is that just an updated number that you had sent to us, just 333,000?
Yeah, that's right. This is the updated number. And so, yeah.
Okay, so they've raised $60,000 or approximately in between when you had talked to them and now.
As far as I'm aware, but I am not the expert. That might be a better question for administration.
That's okay. Are all these 3, where are these 3 low sites, are they all, which wards are they in?
It is Belvedere Playground, Hairsign Playground, and Kensington. So they are in Innernick and Councillor Paquette, I can't remember your ward's name.
Dene.
Dene, thank you.
Okay, and then are all 3 of them playgrounds?
So the Belvedere Playground scope includes formal play areas, a park sign, new plantings, lighting, a community garden, and some Indigenous programming elements. Hairsign Park development includes removal and replacement of an existing playground, surfacing fitness equipment, and a gazebo. And Kensington Park redevelopment is the removal of an existing playground and installation of a new playground, replacing it, surfacing some walking paths and some benches. So they're all playground based.
Awesome. And can you just share with me how long they've been fundraising for?
I don't know that I have that off the top of my head. I know that they've been fundraising at least since last budget cycle when the conversation to extend was going on. So it's been quite a while.
Okay, and then how much is in the NPDP after the 270?
So there's 2 profiles. The renewal will be fully allocated. 2 of those projects are renewal projects. One is a growth project. And after that, it is our estimate about $1.7 million will be remaining out of the NPDP growth that will be returned back to the corporation once we're complete and we have all of our costs in.
So just a question, because during the Garth Worthington Playground, I think there was a conversation of trying to see if we could use NPDP for the funding of that community contribution, and the answer was no, and that's why we went to councillor contingency. Just wondering why now? Like, why not 4 months ago that we could have used NPDP?
So the program was closed to new applications at that particular moment in time and still is. So we had said that, because when you let one person, how many others come along with it? So we had kept NPDP wholesome for who had already been in the journey prior to us sunsetting applications coming in.
Okay, right, because there's another, I think there are 2 playgrounds that were in the limbo, which was Garth Worthington and one in Nakota Iska, right? Oh, that one's funded. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak, please click on the board. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, just very briefly. I did not support the previous motion for Garth Worthington because I think there's many new playground proposals across the city That's why we created the Community Parks Program. I do think this one is a little bit different. I was actually gonna, initially coming in, I was gonna vote against it just to be consistent, because I think we should follow a program-based approach. I think this one is a little bit different, given that these are the final ones, and if we want to sunset sooner than later, I'm okay with that. So anyways, that's why I'm supporting it this time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I will be supporting the motion on the floor. I think that the argument from Councillor Paquette around equity is really poignant. And this is one of the reasons that we actually have, stopped with this NDPD program for playgrounds, because we've decided that it's a vital infrastructure and we don't want places that just have the fundraising capacity to be able to have playgrounds and places that don't. I can only speak to Kensington, which is in the ward that I represent. It is the Community League. They have been fundraising since before I was elected, for probably several years. They're holding silent auctions where they're making, 2,500 here, 3,000 here. They're 100,000 short. It is a neighborhood that is, demographically in a lot of core housing need. There's not a lot of give that the people there can have, and this is a playground that is probably, if I was to ask administration, and maybe I should have, is probably in D or F condition. It's the old wood, sliver, sand playground. I know they were very deflated at the beginning of this construction season, because if they had been able to fundraise that extra $100,000, they would have been shovels in the ground in their playground already. Kids would be playing on that playground by the end of this summer. But $100,000 at $3,000 here and $3,000 there is still going to take them a really long time to get there. And I think from an equity perspective, and considering that this is sort of legacy to these, neighborhood parks development program that we're phasing out, it seems like a good idea to me to just use that remaining funding to allow these communities to complete their projects, and then we can move forward with a more clear, consistent path where we look at the neighborhoods, look at districts, look at service levels of where we actually need playgrounds, and make sure we're funding both growth and renewal based on that, rather than who has the capacity to fundraise or not. So I would encourage my colleagues to support it. I also did support the Garth Worthington one, because again, I do see playgrounds as a vital piece of infrastructure to the city, and I'll be frank that I'll be pushing for more playgrounds to be funded. Like, it was concerning when I heard Nicole say that, like, they're only bringing forward, and I understand their perspective, they're only going to be bringing forward growth parks that are attached to school acceleration, or some, probably not all, because we know our ideal renewal budget isn't where it needs to be, park renewal. But we have still a lot of equity challenges around access to passive and free recreation opportunities for young folks across our city. So I can just fully transparently say that I plan to continue the conversation at budget on other spaces, both in renewal and in growth, that also need parks support. So I'll wholeheartedly support this, and even if it costs more, they should be accessible as per the motion that we also debated and passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting this motion as well. It's always interesting to me, though, because as somebody who's used NPDP quite a bit, it was such a great program to be able to, just get other funding and definitely understand the equity piece around that. But it's interesting because you end up subsidizing everybody instead of just subsidizing those that need to be. And I think we're going to be coming into a time where we just don't have the funding again for all of these parks that we're going to need to. And so it's going to be very interesting to see what other program comes out of it when we run into that problem again. But I appreciate the mover for bringing this forward. It's great that we have some extra funds, 1.7 million left of this after, to see where that will go into and to see what projects that will fund. But thanks for the mover for bringing this forward, and hoping these communities will enjoy their community spaces when it goes to construction next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. I mean, although the West End is the best part of the city, it's nice to give the North Side some love, some much needed love to the North Side. So I look forward to supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
Happy to support this as well, because if I didn't, I will say though, I mean, I agree. It's good to get these last few that are still part of that other the old program there. So I think it's consistent, and I encourage everybody to support.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paquette, to close.
Not much to say except gratitude for everyone's kind words. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam
Yes.
Clerk.
Thank you both.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. All right, we'll go back up. I think Councillor Jans has had a few minutes to get back to the space so he can move his motion. So back up to 10.1. Councillor Jans?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I move that that administration prepare an unfunded service package and unfunded capital profile for consideration during the 2027 to 2030 City Council budget deliberations to advance the planning, design, and capital delivery of 12 equitably distributed permanent dog off-leash parks in accordance with the Dogs and Open Spaces strategy and implementation plan, with one of the dog off-leash parks located in the vicinity of the Strathcona Community League.
Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes to introduce.
Yeah, so we have recognized in the city of Edmonton that dog parks and off-leash dog parks are a phenomenal way of building community, of promoting eyes on the street, public safety, having more people walk around their neighborhood, getting to know their neighbors, checking on one another. However, we have a bit of a gap. If you're in a neighborhood that's getting neighborhood renewal, a fenced off-leash dog park is now on the menu, and they're very exciting offerings. But if you're in a neighborhood that has already had a neighborhood renewal, you're SOL until it happens again in what could be decades. We also have another problem where we're seeing a rise in other off-leash complaints and other problems. So what I'm trying to do here is find a way of creating an expanded dogs and off-leash dog park program for the neighborhoods that might have already passed through neighborhood renewal or may not have them, where we have a number of acute issues. So for me, one of my pain points is in the Strathcona Community League, which is close to Mill Creek Ravine, has a ton of visitors, has a ton of infill, has a ton of population, has a ton of dogs. And we've sort of proverbially, we've shaken the leash and said, do you want to go for a walk a couple of times to the Strathcona Community League with the old Strathcona Public Realm strategy, and then also with the revenue from the old Strathcona Farmers Market. Initially, that parking lot was going to be, that money had been, we'd been talking about doing a parking benefit agreement to earmark it for the area, but then that has now been moved to general revenue. So what I'm looking to do, I'm sure all of us have a dog park in our ward that we can think of that would be great to build. That's a source of, that would be a wonderful opportunity in community building path. For me, that's Strathcona. I'm sure for others, it's elsewhere. Yeah, that's where I'm seeing the most pressure, the most complaints, and the most opportunity with the old Strathcona Public Realm strategy and all those other conversations we've been having. So I'd ask you to support it. We can get the package back. We can figure out what those are. We can come up with other rubrics and metrics that we want, but they're incredibly inexpensive, but have a huge, huge, huge return on investment.
Thank you. And just to confirm, I think you used an acronym that might not be the most, not that we follow parliamentary language, but just want to confirm. surely out of luck? Is that what I've heard one of my colleagues say? Is that what you meant to say, Councillor Jans?
I thought it meant sorry out of luck.
Okay, that's as long as I got some clarification, and just a caution to my colleagues around, even acronyms need to be thoughtful when we're in this chamber, please. Councillor Wright for questions.
Thank you very much. So I'm just wondering, so are you talking about it by being a permanent off-leash park, an enclosed one?
Yes.
Okay, and equitably distributed, 12 of them are you saying
Like I was thinking one per
ward?
Yeah, I was thinking one per ward over the next 4 years at the area that is the biggest source of dog conflict.
Okay,
that could be off leash complaints. That could be however you determine.
Okay, so I just by being equitable, it might not be one per ward. There might be wards that warrant 2 and ones that only warrant none. So I just want, are you looking equitable or are you looking at 1 per ward?
So I'm just rereading the motion here. If that's a trip up, we could just remove the word equitable. And we can come up with, like, we have a dogs and open spaces strategy. We have also an open conversation about pet license fees as a revenue stream. I just want to move this forward to the budget, and we can have more of the conversation then.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, can we look at some rephrasing of that?
If you want to work on wording on an amendment.
I think if you want to just strike the word equitable, I'm fine with that. Then it would just talk about bringing forward dog off-leash parks to the fall 4-year budget. I'm fine with that.
So deliberations to advance the planning design and delivery of permanent dog off-leash parks.
Yep.
And then get rid of all the rest? Would that be considered friendly?
So you're suggesting as an amendment to remove everything that says, so everything that says equitably distributed, you're just talking about that?
So, yeah, but maybe leave in, so deliberations to advance the planning design and capital delivery of permanent dog off-leash parks in accordance with the dogs and open spaces strategy.
Yeah.
And then leave it at that.
And leave it at that, without the remainder with.
Specifying Strathcona Community League.
Is that your amendment? So is that an amendment? You're making that amendment?
That's an amendment I am making if it's friendly.
I'm going to guess it's, well, Councillor Jans, is that, I'm going to look to you.
I believe it would have to say dogs and open spaces strategy and implementation plan, period. I think it would have to have that implementation plan.
And so you would treat that as friendly, removing that last line that says with one of them identifying a specific community league?
My understanding is that Strathcona would still rise to the top.
Do you consider that friendly?
Sure, I'll take
Perfect.
it. Yeah.
Okay, does everyone else consider that friendly as a change? Yes. Okay, yep, I'm hearing that. Thank you. We'll update the wording. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Tan.
Great, thank you. I guess to administration.
I need you guys to unhighlight it.
Oh, you got a hot mic over there. Was Strathcona come up on top? Because I need a refresher on the dog park strategy. This is to administration.
Councillor Tang, I'll maybe ask Kent to chime in of how this would fall at the top. I know when the old Strathcona Public Realm strategy was done, there was certainly a desire heard for an off-leash area there, but Kent, I think you're online.
But that's according to the Strathcona's Public Realm strategy, not the Dogs and Open Spaces strategy and implementation plan.
Yeah, I can give a little bit of context here. We don't have a single prioritized dog park list, so it's not as if there's anyone that is in particular singled out as the top. Right. But there are some pieces of information that do exist, like the strategy and implementation plan that didn't prioritize it, but give guidance. There's also the recent from 2023 pilot pop-up program where we have some data on the usage of those temporary off-leash park areas. And we also have the emerging breathe assessment, network open space assessment that provides guidance across the city in terms of amenity gaps. And so there would be a number of sources of information of how we would look to source the 12 potential sites.
You still have time. It just hasn't started yet, but don't worry. Go ahead.
I'm happy to start now.
Not a new 5 minutes.
Just want to check, when neighborhood renewal happens, does that come with a dog park in the neighborhood?
Hi, Councillor Chang, it's Nicole Wolf again. Typically, if it is in road right-of-way, we will do something along those lines, but it's not guaranteed in every neighborhood by any means.
And it's probably based on community feedback too, right?
100%.
Yeah, I mean, I have 3 going on right now. I'm not aware of a single one. What is administration planning for the dog park, I guess, as part of the budget discussion? Like, were you, you don't have, I don't need to know an exact number, but I was just curious if that's even kind of on the table of bringing forward for budget discussion at all? Like, where is it on the priority list?
It's not really.
Okay, thank you. And then I just want to maybe to the mover very quickly. This is contemplating new dog park. This does not contemplating maybe renewal of existing dog parks. I'm saying this because I have multiple in my ward that lacks pretty basic amenities compared to dog parks that are much more essential, like ones adjacent to Strathcona, actually. So I just want to know that this is just for brand new parks.
That had been my contemplation.
Okay.
But if we need to talk replacement as well, we could look at that.
Okay. And then I guess just one more question back to Kent. Does the dogs in open spaces strategy and implementation plan recommend 12, like one in each ward kind of approach? Or is it more based on kind of the ones that you mentioned? Like if you were to recommend, if this were a priority and if you were to recommend, you would be building on some of those temporary ones, right?
Yes, those absolutely. The temporary ones would be really good sources to start at. The strategy is from 2016, implementation is from 2017, so they are a bit dated. The breathe assessment, which is current work and has some really good information we can bring forward, all of that would be included in our assessment and what we would recommend.
Is that strategy coming back for a review with us or no? Like I feel like we haven't talked about dog parks in a long time. Just
the dog park strategy is not coming back for a review. It's not currently under review, but the breathe open space strategy and state of the city parks, that is coming within the next year. And so that will include a more comprehensive, holistic view of open space.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar?
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Somebody who has tried to build a dog park in this city, I don't think it's about money. I think it's about the process of actually building the dog park in the city. Is it to administration? Is it my understanding that you can build a dog park under the community-led project on parkland? That's how you build a dog park in the city. Is that correct?
I believe that's one avenue. Yes.
Okay. If a community-led, because if I look at the actual strategy, it says establish a base level of amenities and develop a cost-sharing model for community groups interested in enhancing off-leash areas with additional amenities. That's one of the goals of the implementation plan. So I'm just wondering what funding is there currently in the community-led project?
Councillor Parmar, community-led is fully funded by the communities. There isn't any city funding associated to it. We help with project management and making sure that they move smoothly through the process. So,
but it would be CLIP, right? It would be CLIP. It would be like the CLIP planning.
Yes. Yeah, grants, the grant's available for sure.
So there is money available for community leagues to build off-leash dog parks.
I can't speak to the grants and how they're prioritized or what they're used for. I would ask somebody from community services to speak to that.
I'll throw it over to you, Jen.
Yeah, as I look at a number of the grants that are available, there are a number for community to apply for. So like the CLIP program you mentioned, the Community League Infrastructure Program, that is funding assistance for community leagues for capital costs to preserve and enhance existing facilities that provide an overall benefit to the community and value to the citizens of Edmonton. So I think interested parties would have to look at each of the grants and the parameters to see if dog parks would be applicable.
So to the mover, there is one way. I think this is the thing with the dog parks. There are so many different ways to build a dog park. You know, some are developer, some are through building great neighborhoods, some are through community-led projects. Can you just explain to me what your motion is? Is it going through any one of those projects, or is it a fourth stream?
So I would have to defer to administration, but I believe in the past we've had fenced off-leash parks built through neighborhood renewal. We've also had fenced off-leash parks used in like the Dogs and Rink program and other programs. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if there's a chunk of city land that may not be the community league's land, that might be city land, and we could help reduce our operating expenses on bylaw and dog conflict and everything else by building a dog park. How do we enable that?
Okay, because the community-led project is on parkland, so it is on city land.
I'm not, so I don't feel comfortable. I think I'd have to defer to administration.
Okay. I'm just trying to think about like how you would fund this. I guess to community services, maybe how this motion in front of us. How would you fund it? Would it be through building great neighborhoods? Would it be through community-led projects?
Again, you'd have to look at all the grants to make that determination. So when I just did a quick search, it appears like the Community League Infrastructure Program, the CLIP program that you identified, is perhaps the most applicable, but all of them are competitive, and we'd have to stack against others that are also applying.
Okay, and just a question, how much does it cost to build a permanent dog park? Does anybody know?
Councillor, I know the approximate cost of the temporary, so it would the temporaries were definitely less, and they were about 10,000 per site as an average. Each site has a different mix, but so the permanent would be more than that, but the temporaries were about 10,000 each.
Okay, thank you. And just in new neighborhoods, maybe Ms. Petrin, in new neighborhoods, are developers having to build a dog park?
We do have a couple of sites where there were developer-led dog parks. Paisley's one neighborhood that comes to mind.
Okay. I'm going to run out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott has clicked off, so I'll just toss over the chair to you for a moment.
I have a chair.
Yeah, I think that last question, because I'm just not opposed to having this debate. In fact, I'd love to do so I think when we had the report last time on this, the 40 off-leash dog parks, which would include a combination of permanent and seasonal, year-round and seasonal, all of them would be permanent, was around I thought it was 400,000, maybe up to 600,000. Does that sound about right? I think that's what the total was a number of years ago.
Mayor Knack, are you referring to the temporary off-leash one?
Yeah, in that report there was a suggestion that if you turned some of those into year-round permanent, and some would be seasonal, but permanent with sort of, that was the cost. I think it was around that.
I don't have that report from a few years ago in front of me, but that rings a bell. It's in the ballpark.
in that $500,000 range. So I guess what I'm wondering about, because I'd rather just have that holistic conversation, just see like what's the total dollar, I don't need to put it to the motion now, but instead of singling out 12 versus 40 versus 30, if we say, and I hear the comment around renewal too, because I think that strategy does identify renewal. does it make sense to just strike the number and then you can re-up the strategy with the updated numbers, which I think will be in the range of less than.
That's friendly.
Okay, I think I would probably want to make that motion just to strike reference to the number of parks, and let them bring back the combination of renewal, new, whatever they think, the dollar amount. Chances are we wouldn't fund the full dollar amount, but council can make that decision at budget. So I'll make that amendment and I'll see if it's friendly. The chair can make a decision on whether or not it's friendly to strike the reference to the number 12.
It's amendable. I believe it's okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, then I'll take the. Well, if nobody's. Okay, I'm taking back the chair.
I missed the last comment, so I'm not sure.
I think we're good.
Chair.
Nobody has said that it's unfriendly to you yet, so. So I'll take. Assuming that, therefore, I will take the chair back. And go to Councillor Rutherford.
You mentioned I guess to the mover, you kind of alluded to seeing the animal care and control license fees as a source of funding for this, which kind of created a bit of a red flag for me. Is that your intention?
I thought we were getting a report back on this. I have to go back and check my notes here, but I seem to recall we talked about pet license fees as a part of it was going into amenities for pets beyond just the animal care and control center. I can't remember if a report is coming back or where this was, but I had it flagged.
It came back as part of the animal care and control bylaw and their fee schedule that we approved.
And if I can just offer, this is Jen from Community Services, is that our pet licensing is actually a structural budget variance.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna go to you next, so thank you because I believe in the discussion that we had about the animal care and control bylaw, and we had to find that sweet spot of how much we could actually increase, but recognize that there is a lot more pressure on our system than we actually are even funding right now.
That's correct.
So you would probably not recommend that as a source of funding for dog parks.
I absolutely could not.
Okay, fair. And then the safety argument, I recall, and again, this is where sometimes I'm I either have moments of wow, my memory is so great. I remember in the animal care and control bylaw debate that we actually heard from somebody, I believe, from your team, that said that some of the biggest conflicts are actually in enclosed dog parks.
That is true. And it's because this is the old adage, there are no bad dogs, there are just bad dog owners. And so we do spend a lot of time trying to educate and provide tips and tricks on how to have a well-behaved dog when they're off leash.
But also, if you're in an enclosed dog space, they're smaller. I'm thinking about the one in Inglewood. It's a pretty small enclosed dog park. Even the one in O'Damon, just over by Rogers Place, that's pretty small. So even good dogs, when they're in that close proximity, you never know what variables can affect it. So there tends to be more conflict, which I was surprised about. I remember that sticking with me because I remember being surprised by that.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else on for questions. Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Jansen close. Oh, there we go. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that all along I've been supportive of unfunded service packages to come to budget for discussion. And I know that there have been several unfunded service packages coming forward. And this takes up a lot of time of our administration resources. And so I'm being more thoughtful about the ones that I am supporting at this point. And realistically, I don't think this is one I could support at budget time when I'm comparing to other unfunded service packages that we'll be seeing there. So unfortunately, I will not be able to support it. Not that I don't see the value in it, I just don't see a greater value than some of the other things that we will be seeing soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Originally, this motion gave me pause, but after thinking about it, I realize there's a pack of people out there who would probably like really deeply appreciate this, and they're in rough. So, yeah, as the Beach Boys say, this has now given me some good vibrations from their album Pet Sounds. Thank you.
No, it's not out of order. You can't rule it out of order. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I will not be supporting this. I find the process to get to the service package is not sound. I appreciate, I have a few dog parks in my ward. I have come to know many dog lovers who are, I'll just say a breed of their own. They're just so passionate about dog parks and having amenities. And it's true for many, like these are family members and we want good amenities for everyone, including our, furry family members. So I understand that I can appreciate the intent of this, but I find the approach not necessarily evidence-based despite the amendments. It's a bit sporadic, and I know the word equitable got taken out, so we're not following an equitable approach, which I feel like actually undermines our general approach to service delivery. So unfortunately, I would not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Okay, I have to have my chance. I thought Councillor Jans was barking up the wrong tree with this one, and I also think I am somewhat confused or conflated with the way that we are going through these unfunded service packages, because I thought we weren't going to do that, but then I thought that we were told to do this so that our administration is aware of sort of what's important to us and try to prioritize it within the base budget. So I hope that they can go and fetch us a report that will help to clarify this, and I will be voting in support.
Councillor Farmer.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I absolutely support that we need more off-leash dog parks in the city. As somebody who just adopted a 8-week-old puppy a couple of weeks ago, I absolutely understand how much pets are part of the family and become Edmontonians. I think one of the things that is, I feel like the way that the motion is coming forward, though, in an unfunded package where we already do have funding, and I'm looking actually at the Dogs and Open Spaces strategy, which looks to be expired anyway with their 10-year strategy from January 2016. And it talks about how that the strategy is actually that it wouldn't use capital and operating costs. So I support the off-leash dog parks. I just don't think we need it to become this way in a budget. I think that it will cost more money to create this report and this unfunded service package than it will cost to just move forward in our existing practices if we were to just go with our clip and working with the communities that want these. So I will reluctantly not be supporting this one.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
I will not have any dog puns. I'm sorry to disappoint. I'm not witty enough for it. I love dogs. I think it's like, if you know me at all, you know that I'm like a sucker for dogs. I love dog parks. We have, as a council, agreed on some fundamental principles about growth. We said we were going to look at growth related to safety. So unless this can make a really strong argument for safety, funding from other orders of government as our reasons for growth, and we were going to limit growth to those focus areas. We are sending such mixed messages by approving these kind of unfunded, whether we're going to support them or not during budget doesn't matter. It's like, it's the same criticism we got last time about sending mixed messages. We all signed on to those principles of how we were going to budget and what we were going to do around both capital and operating. And this, I just don't see how this falls in that criteria. I've had people wanting to do artificial turf projects in the ward, and I said, no, there's no way that's a priority because this is what our priorities are. But we also have other things too, like we have our washroom strategy that has never been fully funded. We want to talk about sanitary and health and safety. Like this is where we're getting into this point where yes, everything can be important, but at some point we have to say no. And I would rather just say no now because I'm just not willing to entertain this as a growth priority. We need to be due diligent for to put more money and allocate more money to renewal, but we also have a lot of growth pressures that are safety related. I can't imagine what EPC, the Edmonton Police Commission, is going to come forward for with their requests. We haven't even seen it. We don't even have line of sight of that one yet. Or Edmonton Public Library, let alone the fire halls that we now know. You know, we've talked about bus growth and wanting BRT. At what point do we say, we have these principles and we're going to follow them? As much as we love dogs and as much as we love off-leash dog parks. I go to Lauderdale Dog Park all the time. I love it. We have to be able to say no at some point. And for me, this is that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans to close. Councillor Jans is not online at the moment. There's Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans is back.
Sorry, I clicked my microphone to speak and accidentally clicked the wrong big red button.
It's all good.
Big red dog, Clifford. Okay.
Please go ahead. You can close for us now.
Yeah, I mean, we just voted to allocate probably more money to a couple of different playgrounds. There's these sorts of small things that do contribute to livability and overall safety and community safety and well-being by helping neighbors get out, get into their community, to know each other. Playgrounds are very useful. Playgrounds are wonderful, especially if you have small children. But once you're about 15, you kind of can't use them anymore. And they're great for when you're sort of in that decade between 5 and 15. But after that, it's not as well used. We still invest in them because they're important and they serve a very important function in our community. Fenced off leash dog parks are the same. And for me, this is actually one of those, you got to spend money to save money type things. If we can do capital expenditures that reduce operational expenditures, if we can do capital expenditures that help people drive less, go to amenities close to home, where they're meeting with their neighbors, where they are, where we're minimizing the Mill Creek ravine pressures, where we're minimizing pressures around some of the other park spaces in the River Valley. The more we can help mitigate River Valley conflicts and bring people into other opportunities, spreading people out more, that's of great advantage. So I think this is this is one of those areas where the city, you know, we're densifying, which is very exciting, and we're going to add a lot of people to the Scona district, but we need to be able to have amenities to do so. And that's why I've been pushing so hard for the Scona Dog Park. But that same logic applies to many other areas of our city where we all can think about there might be this dog park or there might be this other neighborhood level amenity that needs to get paid for, but put up against BRT or something else, it's not going to get considered. So I think there's still a need to take care of some of these micro infrastructure, this little stuff that can add an outsized impact to people's quality of life, and those council priorities that we have. So I don't want to say I regret voting for the playgrounds moments ago, but I guess it's if we're going to be yeah, I hear the frustrations on an approach, but I really don't know how else we can kind of advance this here. I think maybe it's setting aside a dollar figure for increased funding to the community-led partnership piece, but even then, to go ahead and do some of these processes requires a lot of equity, or sorry, it requires a lot of work from certain neighborhoods that may not have that capacity or ability to do so. And we don't want to be privileging some neighborhoods over others because they have more fundraising capacity, or they have more volunteer capacity, or they have more social capital. So I'm a bit perplexed by some of the debate today, but I'm hoping that folks can support this and we can put it up against everything else that we have to do at the fall budget and hear from there. Thanks.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jones.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is defeated 5-8. Next item is Councillor Jans as well on, what is it here? Balcony Solar Program Expansion. Councillor Jans.
Could I trouble the clerk to put up the motion, please? I don't have a change to this one. This is that administration provide a memo outlining a pathway to expand balcony solar programs in Edmonton, drawing on successful frameworks utilized in Europe and Utah, as well as identify potential advocacy opportunities and available funding sources that could assist Edmontonians in mitigating energy uncertainty.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans, 2 minutes to introduce.
Yeah, so much less controversial here, but what I'm trying to understand is what do we have to do to truly embrace microgeneration as a city and enable a lot more renters and people in I'll call smaller homes or apartment homes to be able to take advantage of solar, much like people in traditional large roof homes. Up until now, most of solar has been a owner doing a big array on their property that not just generates enough energy to meet their own needs on the property, but also put energy back into the grid. What we're seeing with this balcony solar program is actually an opportunity for people to generate, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 panels off their own balcony, offsetting some of their own energy use, reducing their bills, and it's not permanent. So if you say move apartments or something else, you can quickly remove the balcony, the solar from your balcony, and take it with you. We already do this in cabins and places around, rural areas. And if anybody's gone camping, I mean, the cost of solar has fallen something like 90% since over the last few decades. It's so cheap now. So we need to help enable Edmontonians to take advantage of this. So I'm not sure whether it's bylaw, if it's just awareness, if there's any sort of regulation or something else. Is there something we can do to make it very clear in our rules that permits aren't required or anything? This is something that people can do. I want to help create a more affordable city, and this seems like very, very low-hanging fruit.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question just in regards to the wording. It says drawing on successful frameworks utilized in Europe and Utah. Just, does that necessarily need to be in there? Just, and at this time, I hear a lot of discussion about colonialism, and I'm not sure if we should be referring to let's do it the way they do it in Europe. Maybe we can just remove that from your motion.
Just to check, are you making that amendment to strike that?
Yes, okay. I'm asking if it's considered friendly.
I'll take a look. Is that considered friendly?
Then it would read drawing on successful frameworks as well as identify potential. Sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm not seeing anyone say it's not friendly. Therefore, I will accept that as friendly. Great. Any other questions, Councillor Principe?
No, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Jans to close?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you both. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-2. Next is Councillor Principe. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to reword my motion, if that's allowed.
Most likely. It depends how much reworded it is, but please go ahead.
It's fairly similar, so I'll just read it out and then I'll let you determine. That administration work with the Edmonton Regional Defence Alliance to provide a report outlining an approach to support the Canadian Armed Forces base and broader defence sector within Edmonton and region, including the current city supports and recognition available for military families and veterans. And that would be due Q4 2026 Executive Committee.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. And yeah, that's absolutely a reasonable rewording. Do the clerks have that? Yeah, perfect. So they'll put it up on the screen for us. You've got 2 minutes to introduce. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the intent of this motion was just to ensure that our city is strategically positioned to leverage the massive economic opportunity here that's presented by the federal government's newly released defense industrial strategy. And since economic development is one of our core strategic pillars, I thought that it would be vital that we actively pursue avenues for local growth. And during our last executive committee meeting, there wasn't a lot of discussion, like when we were discussing economic development, there wasn't a lot of discussion on this topic. And so I would like to see that this it kind of would show support to the broader region, as well as to the other levels of government, that we are serious and ready to move forward. And furthermore, when Edmonton Salutes was sunset, the council made a formal commitment to continue recognizing and honoring the defense community. And so this is just a step forward in ensuring that we're following through with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I actually had a question about whether, when we did stop the Edmonton Salutes, wasn't there annual funding that was supposed to go to veterans and supporting this kind of work?
Yes.
And where has that
It
gone?
has not moved. It's still in my budget.
So this report will help
100%.
to allocate that?
No, we're already working on that process. We've had a few conversations and engagement with, I know Edmonton Salutes doesn't formally exist, but we have had regular sessions with them in one-on-one, and we had a session a couple of weeks ago. This can provide some input, but we're already working on a process. So this is, I don't want to speak for the intent of the motion, but we are moving ahead and working with our partners to figure out how to allocate that $64,000.
$64,000, that's what it was. Councillor Principe, is that your intent?
My intent.
To have this report help to make sure that 64,000 is allocated for the military?
Not necessarily the funding. It's more about the recognition. It could be Remembrance Day celebrations, or sorry, I shouldn't say celebrations. That's the incorrect word. Commemorations. More to just ensure that we are keeping them top of mind. And as the city clerk stated, we will be following up with the actual allocation of the funds. However, this is more, not necessarily just about money, but also about recognition.
Okay, that clarifies. That's all I had, the questions I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. So I think the motion name was around defense sector related economic development opportunities. I think I'm hearing that the focus of this again sort of that more focused approach around recognition rather than the economic opportunities.
No, definitely not. This is not in my opinion. My intention was to show that council is supportive of being a partner in the Edmonton Regional Defense Alliance. That is my intention. And also, you know, recognition was for the military families and veterans was also the intention, but it's also just to ensure that we're showing up, that we're serious about being a partner.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, that's sort of including, but not limited to the recognition element.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know if I can ask the mayor, but maybe I can ask administration, but was there another motion related to the defense?
The only other motion was to create a position to support this work, which Mr. Robar might have updates as to where that is, and if that position's been hired. But that's our directions already council's given.
Okay, so again, just in terms of looking at other ways that we're supporting those economic opportunities, that motion was made to have the position?
Yeah, that position's in flight for recruitment right now.
Great. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I didn't give it too much thought until Councillor Stevenson pointed out. So this technically is two parts. The first part is around that collaboration piece with ERDA to access federal funding, which is, I'm gonna guess, DCM Petram's area to come, right? And then the second part around current city supports and recognition available for military families and veterans. That's the piece, I think, what I heard from the clerk, using the funding remaining from the Salutes Committee as per the earlier. I guess count to the mover, is that kind of your intent then, that these two streams of work happening simultaneously?
There are two streams of work. Yeah, it would be different branches, as you stated. I suppose it will be simultaneously.
Okay, because yeah, okay, thank you for that. That's helpful. I guess sounds like the second part is already happening though. Do we need further directions?
It's not really direction. It's just more about a report so that we can show what supports and recognition we are providing.
Oh, okay. But
it's not about giving direction.
Okay, but it wouldn't be like ERDA reporting back on the supports. That's, I think, where I'm getting, I think this is where everyone's getting a little hung up. Okay.
Apologies. Yeah, that's through the city clerk's office would be providing that.
Okay.
That information.
Could I suggest amendment to just break this out to say, one, that administration work with Edmonton Regional Defense Alliance to provide a report outlining an approach to support the Canadian Armed Forces base and broader defense sector economic development opportunities within Edmonton and region, and two, the administration report back on how current city supports and the recognitions is available to military families and veterans.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think it'll give more clarity.
I'm hearing that might be friendly, just to tidy up that. So essentially breaking it into a 1 and 2, adding economic development to number 1, and then pretty much keeping number 2 as is. Is that what you're?
Yeah, I can type it in chat, but I also see a suggestion of like bring back a memo for that second piece. Because I think for that first piece, I wouldn't mind a report and a presentation with the Alliance together to kind of elevate this discussion. around the economic development opportunity. So just mover, to the mover, wanting to know what you think about that.
Yeah, I'm fine with the second portion being, coming back as a memo. In order for it to pass, yeah, that would, I'd be willing to see that.
Could I just say it out loud so that my team can just
Yeah,
type it up,
let's
if
let's
that's
make
okay?
sure the friendly amendment is friendly,
Is
and
friendly?
let's talk
Okay,
about, yeah,
so
please.
part one would be that administration work with the Edmonton Regional Defense Alliance to provide a report and presentation outlining an approach to support the Canadian Armed Forces base and broad defense sector within Edmonton and the region, including economic development. And we can't compel them to come, but we can absolutely, through the city manager, invite them. And part two, that administration provide a memo on the current support, city-driven supports and recognition available for military families as well as veterans in the Edmonton region. Just because
Yeah,
Salus is
so,
bigger than just Edmonton, if that's okay? Thank you.
so are you comfortable with that, Councillor Principe, as a friendly amendment?
Yeah, that sounds
Great,
fine.
and I'll check the rest of council. Everyone comfortable with that? Wonderful. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions on the board. Anyone wishing to speak? In 3 minutes or less? Not seeing any. Councillor Principe to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, today we just celebrated the 100th anniversary of the Legion, and we have so much gratitude that we owe to our veterans and their families. And, you know, I appreciate everyone, the questions that I heard today, and I would appreciate the support so that we can show that we're serious about what we were discussing. We were talking about economic development, and we have an opportunity here where we can shine as a region to show how strong we are and how much we have to provide. And this is a great opportunity for us to not only for the economic development, but to highlight and showcase our military members and their families and all that they have done for us. And I really encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Okay, so we're at 4:58. We're not going to start the next item, but what will happen is tomorrow we will start with item 9.1, or sorry, 9.2. Yeah, just before we go, we'll move to go into private. So just so before we do that, 9.2 will be first item of business, the Edmonton Police Commission. Then the second item of business will be 9.1. Assuming we can finish both of those in the time allotted, and more of 9.1 taking up time, we would then come back into public and finish items 10.5, 10.6, 10.7. Will no longer, I mean, it's notice is given, but that motion's been made, so I would rule it out of order, so you can assume it's gone. 10.8 and then 10.9, assuming we have time, while they were technically given slightly outside of the 5-day, I think that's only because of a holiday, and I would probably exercise discretion on that, assuming we have time at the end of the agenda. So that's how we'll do it. I'll take a motion to go in.
Can we not, please?
Oh, we have protocol tomorrow. That's right. So we're not going to go. Thank you. Then no, we're just going to take our recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thanks, everyone.